just a quick sec. I'll let everybody know once we're there. And then you can kick us off soon. I'll do the roll.
Okay. Ready? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the meeting of the Oregon Early Learning Council on February 28th, 2024. Sorry to be starting a little late. We had a little technological issues, but we're ready to roll now. So Gabby, will you please call the roll?
Yeah, Katie Brooks.
Present.
Peter Buckley.
Here.
Okay. Great. Elizabeth Farrar Campbell. Here. Barry Ford.
Here.
Robin Hill Dunbar.
Here.
Dr. Peg Miller.
Here.
Subin O.
Here.
Ruby Ramirez.
Here.
Marie Simons.
Here.
And Sue. Yeah. Okay. Great. And then we also have Agency Director Alyssa Chatterjee and Ben Cannon on the call. And then some other agency directors will be joining us later in the meeting as well.
All right. Thanks, Gabby. So as we all know today, our focus is going to be on workforce development, which is obviously an issue that the council has prioritized and pretty much every segment of work, public and private, has prioritized as well. I just wanted to, Ben, wherever you are, I'm guessing you're going to show up in a minute on our cameras. We want to welcome Ben Cannon, who's the director of the Higher Education Coordinating Commission, fondly known as HEC, to our meeting today. As the council knows, what we're doing all through this year is really anchoring our presentations and priorities to our strategic plan, Raise Up Oregon. And in Raise Up Oregon, our objective number 15 says, to the early childhood workforce is diverse, culturally responsive, high quality, and well compensated. So that sort of sets the anchor and the stage for us and for prioritizing workforce development as one of our 4 priorities for this year. Ben actually invited me to their Workforce and Talent Development Board meeting about a year ago, where I went and talked with them about our strategic plan and made sure that they had early childhood workforce on their agenda, and so we're aware of the work we're doing. And it was a great conversation. So I appreciated being invited to represent the council there. So Ben, at this point, we'll turn it over to you and your staff and say a huge thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks so much, Sue. Really appreciate this opportunity to spend some time with my fellow council members and present on some of the HEC's work related to workforce development. I am prepared to, or we're prepared to share the slides unless, Gabby, you would prefer to do that from your screen.
Yeah, whatever works best for you guys. I also have them pulled up, but really ultimately what works best for you guys.
Okay, Donna, do you want to pull those up? So I am joined today by some of the key staff here at the agency on workforce development, and I'll kick this off with a little bit of a few framing remarks, but then turn it over to the other folks whose names you hear on the screen and allow them to introduce themselves. We thought we would take just about 20 or 25 minutes to go over the information that's in the presentation. Of course, happy to stop along the way if there are questions, but hope to reserve some time for discussion. By way of framing, let me just say, the Higher Education Coordinating Commission, there's our name, Higher Ed, and then there's what we do, which includes higher ed. It's a big part of it, but also a lot of other efforts to support workforce development and employment in Oregon. So sometimes people get high-centered on the higher education portion of this and think 4-year degrees or graduate school or something. And in fact, we're much broader than that. And workforce development really probably is the best way to summarize the breadth of what we do, including, of course, higher education, the training and education of folks for the workforce, but also the various other funds that we deploy and programs that we administer that help support people access employment. So you're going to get over the next few minutes, you'll get a pretty broad sense of the type of activity that our agency undertakes because it's all essentially workforce development. I'll say a few words about the kind of general context in this moment in Oregon for workforce development, and then turn it over to Julia, who will focus really on the public, what we call in Oregon, kind of the public workforce system, much of which is outside of higher education, but connected to it. And then Jennifer will focus on a relatively new state initiative, Future Ready Oregon. And then Donna will pick it up with some of the work that we're doing, especially with community colleges and other institutions to support new models or improved models of workforce development. We're taking a really broad view at the request of the council and council staff. We're going to take a really broad view here, but we'll try to at least, a few touch points to early childhood professionals and their training and education. But I expect that some of the questions in this discussion may help us hone in a little bit more on that profession, those professions in particular. All right, let's go to the next slide. And so sort of the status or the snapshot of Oregon's workforce picture in this moment. So as you know, we have low unemployment currently. Most folks who want to work have work of some form. And employers report across a bunch of different sectors are reporting a high demand for workers. So the sort of challenges that I think the early childhood sector may face in terms of employment or employers sort of seeking trained and skilled professionals is true across a whole bunch of different sectors, as I'm sure you're aware. The HEC works closely with the Department of Employment to evaluate employment trends, looking out typically a decade, and the Oregon Department of Employment does a terrific job projecting demand by occupation and by industry. It associates that with wages and with educational requirements. And just sort of one snap piece of data here is that they have identified that 49 of the 50 growing high demand occupations projected over the next decade require a post-secondary education for the applicant to be competitive for those fields. So a real premium on folks who have some form of post-secondary education. Again, that may not be a 4-year degree, it may be a short-term certificate, but nevertheless, there's a real demand there in those for those kinds of post-secondary opportunities. And notwithstanding, the low unemployment rate and generally, positive picture for employment in Oregon currently in that sense, there are continued barriers to participation, particularly for those whom we call priority populations. And I'm sure Jennifer will say more about this when we talk about Future Ready Oregon, but that include immigrants, veterans, rural Oregonians, BIPOC communities who continue to face barriers to education and employment. And really at the heart of our workforce development strategies and efforts is the goal of connecting those populations to careers. So the takeaway, Oregon requires targeted funding and strategies to connect priority populations with higher wage careers and to meet critical state workforce needs. Let me, at this point, turn it over to Julia to talk about the office that she leads and our work with the Oregon's public workforce system.
Thanks, Ben. Good morning, everyone. I'm Julia Steinberger, and I'm the director of the HEC's Office of Workforce Investments. My office is focused on ensuring that job seekers have the knowledge, skills, and work-related training they need to secure good paying jobs, and that employers have the workforce they need to thrive. I think of my office in 4 different but related buckets. We provide staff support for Oregon State Workforce Board, which is called the Workforce and Talent Development Board, or WTDB. We administer Title I of the Federal Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, also known as WIOA. We provide staff support for the Oregon Serves Commission and its associated programs, which have to do with AmeriCorps, volunteerism, and civic engagement, and Oregon Youth Works, which is a suite of youth workforce development programs that largely provide paid work experiences to young Oregonians. But today I'll be focusing on the first 2 buckets, the Workforce and Talent Development Board and WIOA Title I implementation. Our office serves a number of functions in each of these buckets, and those include setting state strategy, resource allocation in the form of grant making. We grant about 80 to $100 million per biennium. Public engagement, including through citizen advisory boards like the Workforce and Talent Development Board, alignment with other state agencies and partners doing similar work. As you know, workforce is a really broad term, and there are many state agencies and other partners in the workforce business, and overseeing the grant dollars that we put out to ensure that those funds are being used appropriately and effectively. Next slide. These are the core state level partners that compose WorkSource Oregon, which is Oregon's public workforce system. This gives you a sense of the breadth of workforce development across state agencies and across the state. The HEC works closely with the other core partners that administer major parts of WIOA or WIOA. In particular, we work really closely with the Employment Department, the Department of Human Services, and Oregon Commission for the Blind. Next slide. WIOA requires each state to designate a state workforce development board. That's the Workforce and Talent Development Board. And state boards are responsible for developing and overseeing the implementation of the WIOA state plan. The WTDB advises the governor on strategies and alignment in the workforce system. Because the WTDB is made up of leaders representing business and industry, labor, community-based organizations, the legislature, local government, and state agencies, it's really uniquely positioned as Oregon's workforce and talent development expert board. The WTDB's vision is equitable prosperity for all Oregonians. And to realize this vision, the WTDB advances Oregon through meaningful work, training, and education by empowering people and employers. The other roles of the WTDB include leading and communicating a long-term vision for Oregon that anticipates and acts on future workforce needs, advising the governor and the legislature on workforce policy, aligning the public workforce system, identifying barriers and providing solutions to workforce matters, promoting accountability in the workforce system, and sharing best practices. Next slide. Just as the state workforce board is responsible for coordination and oversight of the publicly funded workforce system at the state level, we have 9 local workforce development boards in Oregon that play that role at the regional level. These boards are conveners, strategic planners, investors, and overseers of funds. And they're also responsible for implementing WIOA Title I adult dislocated worker and youth programs in their region. That's the part of WIOA that my office administers. We send funds to the local boards to administer in their regions. And these programs provide eligible Oregonians with training and career services and also related support services. Many of these services are provided through WorkSource Oregon centers. Sorry, can you go back just for a second, Donna? Thanks. I also just want to point out that each local board also identifies a subset of industry sectors that are critical to their region. And you'll see here, if you can see, 3 have identified childcare and early learning as one of those sectors. And then I'll just wrap up my part of this presentation by talking a little bit about funding priorities. The Federal Department of Labor prioritizes WIOA Title I funding in a number of ways. First, the funding allocations both to the states and then from states to local boards are based on just a few factors, largely around the number of unemployed and economically disadvantaged individuals in a geographic area. And then WIOA Title I has eligibility requirements for participants that limit who can benefit from the program. And these are largely around employment and economic status and folks facing barriers to employment. In addition, WIOA also, the adult program requires service providers to give priority to individuals on public assistance, low income individuals, and individuals who are basic skills deficient or who are veterans. State funding tends to be more flexible, but we do typically prioritize key industries, high wage, high demand occupations, serving underserved and underrepresented communities, paid work experiences, and alignment with federal funding priorities. And now I'll turn it over to Jennifer to speak about Future Ready Oregon, a major investment of state and federal ARPA funds, and how the flexibility of those funds have really helped bolster our workforce system.
Thanks, Julia.
Thank you, Julia. Hi, Jennifer Purcell. I'm the director for Future Ready Oregon at the HEC. It's good to be with you all today. I'm going to talk a little bit about Future Ready Oregon as a model for advancing equitable workforce and talent development strategies. Future Ready Oregon is a $200 million package of investments passed by the Oregon State Legislature in 2022. These investments strategically work together to advance a more equitable workforce system focused on growing a diverse workforce and increasing opportunities for equitable prosperity and upward mobility through both grant making and strategic initiatives. Future Ready Oregon is a model that aims to close gaps in educational attainment and employment by centering the needs of historically underserved and underrepresented communities. It includes flexible funding that couples education and training supports with wraparound services that are designed to meet the unique needs of individuals and help to overcome barriers in both education and employment. It focuses on key sectors of our economy. Just as Julia mentioned, the local boards have regionally identified sector strategies. Future Ready Oregon, through the legislature, identified healthcare, manufacturing, and technology as key sectors of Oregon's economy. And it advances a shared leadership model, building partnerships and facilitating the co-creation of workforce strategies, including employers, education and training providers, and community partners. Next slide, Donna. As we administer Future Ready Oregon grants and stand up strategic initiatives, we're committed to learning from our partners and engaging in continuous improvement. And over the first year plus of implementation, we've learned several lessons that will inform future workforce development investments and priorities. In general, the flexibility of the funds and the partnerships have been critical to the development and expansion of these programs. We're learning about promising practices such as employer partnerships and culturally informed supports and wraparound services that are included as eligible activities in the Future Ready Oregon funding. Additionally, the flexible funding provides for low barrier opportunities for career exploration and short-term credential attainment. The HEC has also implemented individualized supports and technical assistance in the administration of Future Ready Oregon grants. This includes contracting with technical assistance providers who have supported prospective applicants through the grant application process. We provide feedback to applicants who do not receive funding, and we're building communities of practice and providing ongoing training and technical assistance to support grant recipients. We're also learning about the importance of hands-on training, including essential employability skills, and wraparound supports are crucial to participant success. Innovative approaches to education delivery include mobile training that brings the education and training opportunity to the individual participants, on-site incumbent worker training, culturally relevant curriculum and culturally and linguistically specific career pathways, high flex education and training delivery, as well as earn and learn models have been very effective. Next slide, please. Additionally, really core to Future Ready Oregon is this idea of co-creating workforce development strategies. This happens at the state level through the establishment of 3 industry consortia representing those key sectors of healthcare, manufacturing, and technology. It's a model for advancing HEC's sector-specific workforce and talent development expertise and identifying barriers to engaging in education and employment in these sectors, and advancing strategies to overcome those barriers and connect individuals from priority populations with education and career opportunities. What we're seeing is the consortia is serving as a connector between education, employers, labor organizations, and community-based organizations. It's providing a forum for building and maintaining these cross-sector relationships and partnerships. And as I mentioned, it's informing strategies to meet statewide sector-specific workforce and talent development needs. And speaking of partnerships, I'll turn it over now to Donna, who will speak about educational pathways and partnerships between the K-12 and community colleges in particular, where they're informing seamless transitions and career-connected learning.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer. Good morning, everyone. My name is Donna Llewellyn. I have the honor of serving as the director of the Office of Community Colleges and Workforce Development at the HEC. Today, I'm going to talk with you a little bit about accelerated learning. And these opportunities are possible when K-12 and post-secondary institutions partner to create access points for high school students when high school students are ready to start their college experience. There are several ways in which access can happen. The key foundation, though, is that strong cross-sector partnership, because without those, we risk duplication of efforts, confusion for students, and possible risk to financial aid in the future. We have developed and adopted high school-based college partnership standards. We continue to partner with Oregon Department of Education to conduct a peer review process. And we also coordinate around the applied or advanced placement and international baccalaureate programs. We also partner in the area of career technical education with ODE, and I'll talk a little bit about that next. So one of the things that we need to be really mindful of with the evolution of the workforce and it happening faster than ever before is being innovative to create access and flexibility for our students. Some models for innovation include credit for prior learning, where we can grant credit course or credit for courses for learning that takes place outside of traditional classrooms. So for instance, for our rural students who learned how to weld on their uncle's farm during the summer, they could sit and take a certification test for welding and be granted credit for the course upon receiving of their welding credential. There's integrated education and training, and this is an education delivery model that brings adult basic education, essential employability skills, and career workforce education together in a concurrent and contextualized model. One example that I'd really love to highlight here is happening at Mount Hood Community College, where their adult basic education and early childhood education programs are working closely with their local Head Start program to create pathways for early childhood education, not only for the Head Start staff, but also for parents who are enrolled in the Head Start program through their children. They use credit for prior learning to grant 12 credits towards the Child Development Associate's degree, working in partnership with the Oregon Child Care Registry. There are our community college career pathways. These are designed to meet students where they are and provide them with supports and resources necessary to complete their career technical education certificates and degrees. And those are offered in places like mental health, and construction technology, and as I mentioned, early childhood education. Another place where we're really leaning in towards innovation is short-term credentialing or non-credit training certificates or badging. We're doing a lot of work with the community colleges in this space in partnership with our workforce partners. And with that, I think I'll turn it over to Ben to talk a little bit about affordability and financial aid.
Yeah, and this is where we'll finish and open it up for conversation, but we didn't want to let the topic of post-secondary education and training go without noting the costs that students typically incur, including foregone work opportunity as well as tuition and living costs associated with post-secondary education and training of various kinds or most kinds. And the state, along with the federal government, put some effort towards defraying those costs through various grant programs, and you're likely familiar with some of these, including the federal Pell Grant, which is the largest form of financial aid for students attending colleges and universities. In Oregon, we that through the HEC administer a number of state grant aid programs, the largest of which is the Oregon Opportunity Grant, which is budgeted at a little over $300 million for this biennium, and supports, like the Pell Grant, supports typically degree-seeking students at public and private colleges and universities in Oregon. We've really appreciated the partnership with the Early Learning Council and DELC in support of funding for a separate program, that financial aid program that is on the books but has not been funded by the state legislature, that would be a specific grant program for folks, students seeking degrees or certificates in early childhood related careers. So we have the policy on the statute, and I've talked to the council about, and the council's been supportive of funding that grant program. We have several other grant programs that, if there are questions about, we can follow up with, but the main one is the Oregon Opportunity Grant that focuses on the lowest income students, and some of the data on this slide just expresses how impactful these grant programs are at increasing the likelihood that a student completes a certificate or degree. So with that, Chair Miller, I think we're done with our prepared remarks, and would welcome conversation, questions, feedback from council members.
Thank you, Ben, and thank you, Julia, Jennifer, and Donna. We appreciate the information you've shared with us. So council, let's open it up for comments and questions that you might have. Barry.
Yeah, so I really appreciate the presentation. My first question is, to what extent are your grant programs and support for other training programs and priorities associated with the top 3 priorities of the state, the healthcare sector, manufacturing sector, technology sector? How are you supporting parents who are entering into those training programs who may have young children? Are the grants you provide also enabling them to access childcare for their own children? Well, I probably should have a better question. To what extent are parents part of the student and the training force you're actually supporting in that space?
You want me to take that, Ben?
Yes, I do.
Thanks so much. Thank you so much for the question. So one of the unique things about Future Ready Oregon and the investment that the legislature made in 2022 is the flexibility of the funding, and it provides for coupling wraparound supports and services with education and training costs. And in those wraparound supports and services, we include things like childcare, housing, transportation, a number of barriers that have been identified by education and training participants as prohibiting their ability to either persist or successfully complete education and training. So that is how the Future Ready Oregon investments provide for childcare, and that might look like an individual training participant getting a stipend to offset the costs of childcare, working with a community-based organization that is near to them. Julia, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, similarly, the WIOA federal funds that we receive and put out can be used for supportive services that enable Oregonians to participate in training and career-focused programs, and those include childcare assistance as well. And many of our state fund programs do also support supportive services like childcare.
Do you track how many of the participants are parents with young children? Do you have a sense of the demography of who's in these training?
I don't believe we do collect those data currently for WIOA or our state programs. And I'm not sure about Future Ready, but I don't think so.
We do collect the types and amounts of wraparound supports and services in part to inform how the Future Ready Oregon investment is being deployed. So we will know of the wraparound supports and services, how many individuals received assistance for childcare and how much was used for childcare. Ben, you might be able to speak to what's happening more broadly.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention at colleges and universities as a result of a bill that passed, I think in 2023. So recently we're beginning data collection on students who are parents. So students enrolled in Oregon colleges and universities who are parents. So if you had asked us, well, actually, if you asked us today, how many students enrolled in Oregon colleges and universities are parents, we wouldn't know the answer. But in future years, we will be able to tell you that will help us design better supports, I hope, for student parents, including potentially greater funding for a small grant program that I didn't mention, which supports the childcare needs of, again, students enrolled in colleges and universities who have young children. So that's a deeply oversubscribed program that we administer, some 100 number of slots that we're able to fund for student parents at colleges and universities.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Barry, for the questions. Council, as you know, we started late, but we also are going to need to break this off after probably another question or perhaps two other. Mr. Ben?
This is a comment reaction and maybe even call to action for us. When first of all, it's really helpful to hear what's on your plate and what's in front of you and the work that you're doing. It gives me a sense of, just some transparency into what's going on at the Higher Education Coordinating Commission. But one of the things that when I hear everything and I think about, for example, the 2015 National Academy's report on the early childhood workforce, it's not enough. Like, we're not doing enough for our early childhood workforce. And this isn't a critique or a comment to you. It's more of a, how do we get people to understand what is actually needed for our early childhood workforce in regards to compensation, building supply, articulation agreements that are specific to early childhood, scholarships, creating coursework. I loved hearing about the creativity around delivery of higher education, because those kinds of ideas are the kinds we need in early childhood as well. It's good to hear the Mount Hood Community College example. But I feel like we're missing we're not actually having the right conversation about the early childhood workforce. And so that's a comment. And one question, one of the common comments that I hear is, it's good to hear that you're focused on unemployment and how we can keep that low. But one of the other things that we're talking about here is about building supply of early childhood. And so it's not necessarily about unemployment. It's about, we have these open positions, they're unfilled, and people are telling us, oh, we would go for the qualifications, but the compensation is too low. So are you hearing that from higher education institutions, that they don't want to create programming because they're worried that people aren't going to get paid enough on the other side of it?
Yeah, I mean, you see the nodding heads, or I don't know how many of us you can see, but we're all nodding our heads, and I'm glad you mentioned it, because I think both at the local level as well as at the state level, this question of compensation or issue of compensation for early childhood professionals really does stymie the work around sort of intensive state support for training pathways or educational pathways into that profession. The reality is, and I'll just be very blunt, at the state level, we focus primarily when it comes to strategic investments in workforce development, we focus both on high demand, and certainly early childhood is that, as well as high wage careers, right? We're trying to connect priority populations with high wage careers. Early childhood, as a broadly high demand, but not high wage. And so when we do our prioritization exercises, it tends not to reach that threshold, right? Now, it doesn't mean that we've talked about ways that sort of these reforms and delivery and supports for workers getting training. We talked about some of the ways that touches early childhood professional pathways, but I think that compensation question really does currently inhibit sort of the state emphasis and priority around early childhood careers.
Right, understandable, and we hear that all the time. Peter Buckley.
Sue, thank you. Just real quick, thanks for the presentation. Jennifer, I was interested in slide number 6 when you showed the different regional workforce boards and which ones had prioritized early childhood workforce. And I'm wondering if you might be able to send us the contact information for all the regional workforce boards so we could actually lobby the ones that don't have early childhood as a focus. And then
Yes.
Donna, I really appreciate the information. I'm not aware of the badges so any information, if there's a link you could give us to find out more about badges in the community college system.
Sure, I'll work with Ben to make sure we get that follow-up information to you.
Thank you very much.
Super. Yes, we were excited to see 3 red dots on the map. And you're right, we needed to go to 9.
Excellent, under just one quick, if we could.
Really quick, we've got Pooja waiting.
Okay, I just wanted to flag for you all, I know you did not touch on the Oregon Youth Corps and Oregon Serves, but I just wanted to, I'm from Gillum County, and I wanted to flag for you that we actually took our Oregon Youth Corps contract that we had and turned it into an early educators program where we took those funds, rather than placing sort of kids out in the woods doing conservation work, we gave them training and placed them in early learning centers. And I wonder if you've thought about possibly taking some of those existing programs you have, those existing funding streams, and redirecting them to this, what is a really crucial state need.
Great question.
Yeah, thanks for raising that. We're always trying to target funds as I showed towards the industries and occupations that the state prioritizes, and certainly childcare is up there. So it's certainly something we can consider going forward.
Awesome. Thanks, Liz. All right, Ben, Julia, Jennifer, Donna, thank you very, very much for joining us today and all the information that you shared. And it sounds like we were going to stay in touch.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And Pooja, we want to welcome you. Sorry to be running a little bit late this morning. Had a few IT challenges, but welcome. I think everybody knows Pooja Bhatt. She is the governor's education policy advisor and a very, very key ally of ours in the early learning world. So welcome, Pooja. We appreciate you taking a few minutes to join us.
Thank you, Chair. I just really appreciate being here today. I was really hoping to be able to make it in person. It seems like not that far away, but it is very far away given everything that's going on. So just thank you. I was looking back at my notes, and I think it's been a minute since I've come to the Early Learning Council, I think in May. So I'm excited to be back here with you all, and just thank you for creating space on your agenda. I thought what I could do is to give an update about the early literacy initiative, and then kind of share a little bit about kind of what we're hoping for in terms of some of the work that we're going to do for the GRB, Governor's Recommended Budget Development, for the next session. So thanks for getting the slides up, Gabby. You can go to the next slide. So the governor really set out a vision, and when I talked to her early in her administration, she was really clear that she has heard from many Oregonians across the state, even before she took office, just about the lack of consistency for how children are supported around early literacy in our state. And when you add on barriers related to stable housing and kids going from school to school or provider to provider, they're not getting that consistency in instruction or support. So we did a bit of engagement with different partners early in the administration in 2023, and really kind of co-developed this vision of, one, every single child should have access to consistent, culturally responsive, and research-aligned literacy instruction. The definition of research-aligned is specified in the founding legislation, House Bill 3198, that includes developmentally appropriate practice and culturally responsive, in addition to other kind of indicators. And then the second thing is really that all parents and caregivers must be supported as full partners in our children's literacy development, starting at birth. And thirdly, every elementary teacher prepared in Oregon's preparation programs really must leave those programs feeling prepared. Next slide. This quote, I think, is actually maybe from Raise Up Oregon, or it was very important for us to kind of lift up this quote, at least in some of the materials, either from you all or from the agency, around just the importance of supporting emergent literacy for infants and toddlers as really the foundation in children's home language. Next slide. So that really kind of helped to ensure that this legislation, when it started in 2023, was just a K-3 focus, just kindergarten through third grade. And because of the engagement of many of you and partners in the early childhood space, we really were able to make sure that we were able to educate to make sure that the importance of young kiddos before they reach our school systems is absolutely paramount. I don't have to tell this group that. So this is kind of a two-pronged approach for the Early Literacy Success Initiative. It is both about what happens in schools, and it's what happens at home and in the community. And it happens, whatever happens before the kids even enter our school system, we need to be supporting our kids for success. So that's why you see that third prong there around the birth through 5 literacy plan and fund that I'll talk a little bit more about. And then separately, there is an executive order that the governor issued last spring to develop this Early Literacy Educator Preparation Council that's really taking a look at educator preparation standards around how they are preparing kind of the next generation of teachers and school administrators around literacy instruction. So they're going through that process now and have draft recommendations for the first set of their work, and they'll complete their work by June, which will include a plan for implementation. Next slide. So the backbone in part of the initiative that I just shared is this Oregon Early Literacy Framework that is really, some folks talk a lot about science of reading. The literacy framework is really more encompassing than that. It includes science of reading. It includes so much more around how children's brains develop, how they make connections to content, the importance of belonging. That's really the first section of the literacy framework, because this isn't just about phonics and writing skills and background knowledge. It's also about creating the conditions for every single student to be seen and heard in their classrooms. Next slide. So that's really the backbone of implementation in part, but then related to the Birth Through 5 plan, that will really be a connection point with the literacy framework as well. So over the long term, the Birth Through 5 literacy fund will fund implementation of the plan to align the many programs where DELC has touch points to childcare providers and various different programs, home visiting, et cetera. The question is, going back to kind of the governor's vision around consistency, what does it look like to align early childhood programs around early literacy if we really want to strengthen access to culturally and linguistically responsive support for our parents, really value multilingualism? What does it look like to really expand those types of services and to build up the workforce so that we're able to deliver on that consistent, not necessarily uniform, but consistent kind of approaches that embed cultural and linguistic responsiveness into the programs. So the long-term vision is that this plan will be developed by DELC in partnership with many of you and community partners no later than this December. and that plan will both identify the programs that DELC currently operates that have a literacy component, and to identify strategies to align those programs around these objectives, which are specified in that founding legislation. So again, expanding culturally specific early literacy programs, supporting the capacity of programs to engage parents and families, and expansion and develop language revitalization. Next slide. So in the short term, related to this $10 million, the legislature in the 2023 session, they chose to request DELC to put together a plan to that Big P plan that I mentioned. So DELC had to submit a plan to the legislature, which they did in December, to basically say, this is how we would propose to spend the $10 million this current biennium, because the legislature chose to hold those funds back pending that report. So what's happening right now in the short session is that the legislature is on their way to approve that funding and that plan, that kind of interim plan that DELC put together. And what that interim plan that the legislature is on their road of approving, it's in the draft bill. So we really think that this is pretty solid, that we're going to get access to these resources to fund these programs. Which would go to the Early Childhood Equity Fund and the Kindergarten Partnership Innovation Fund. And those are really chosen because of their explicit kind of connection points to early literacy. And we also expect that plan that's due this December will help to inform future investments for future biennia across multiple other programs around early literacy, again, with the intention to build capacity across programs in our workforce. So the immediate next steps, again, is really approving that funding. And then I can maybe just share it, hand it off to Director Chatterjee to share a little bit about kind of some of the release for applications for equity fund grantees and whatnot.
Yeah, thanks, Pooja. So as Pooja mentioned, we really wanted to, because we had to do this small P plan in order to get the funding released this short session, we weren't able to do the level of robust engagement that was really intended by House Bill 3198. And so we wanted to leverage existing infrastructure because we're going to have to move these dollars quickly. So Kindergarten Partnership Innovation Program is already run by the hubs, already has a lot of literacy focused bodies of work that we're able to build off of, knowing that these dollars, it's 4.7 million for each bucket, may not be maintained at this level, right? There may be other programs and strategies that we invest in next biennium. So we want to make sure we're limiting those investments to things that can be brought back, right? So it shouldn't be used for hiring, for example, because it's not a guaranteed funding source at this level. For Equity Fund, we have sort of two prongs to it. Because the Equity Fund has never actually had the chance to expand, the legislature hasn't ever funded the expansion request since the program was first created. We are taking the eligibility criteria that was established for Equity Fund and saying current grantees obviously meet that, and any additional interested applicants who would meet the Equity Fund grantee eligibility can apply. If they're an existing grantee, then they're able to, if selected, leverage these dollars to tack on to parent-child interaction activities, parenting education activities, revitalization efforts that they're doing. And if they want to add a book giveaway or early literacy targeted components, they can do that. They also can lead their own community engagement to really leverage and lift up what their communities need in order to be developing culturally relevant, developmentally appropriate early literacy curriculum and resources. And they're also able to develop or expand professional development, professional learning for the workforce with culturally relevant early literacy development in mind. For those who are not currently Equity Fund grantees, it's a slightly narrower pool, so they're limited to community engagement and professional development, but really trying to incorporate that early literacy component into the Early Childhood Equity Fund structure, while also giving some additional entities the opportunity to access these funds, since they haven't had access to equity funds since the program first launched in 1921.
Wow. Rapid fire. Exciting program, Pooja, and obviously a very important one just for setting the foundation for these children to be successful as they go through life and go through school.
Yeah, happy to take any questions on any, from any council members on any of that work.
Could I ask one?
Yes, Katie.
Hi, Pooja. So good to see you. Thanks for being here today. So can you share with me, and maybe it's you and Alyssa together, what does this look like on the ground? So let's say I am not a culturally specific, let's start there, daycare, childcare provider. Governor wants early reading literacy programs embedded. What does that physically look like on the ground in individual providers' worlds? What can I expect to see as an improvement toward literacy? What does it look like?
I think that's a great question, and part that I can answer one answer, but I think part of why this plan is going to come together is really to make sure that we're engaging providers and partners who do deliver early childhood programming to figure out how do we align this in a way that's really real. The word align is very, very wonky and right and very systems oriented, but I think what it could look like is the manner that which we have different providers, culturally specific organizations, other partners who deliver early childhood programming. What are the few really core components of a model that is going to help the staff, the workforce who is actually going to be going into homes and supporting families of diverse backgrounds? Like, what do they need to know about uplifting asset language, for example? So like I've talked to a lot of early childhood workforce staff who are really eager for more support and more for training and professional development and capacity building. Like, that is so huge. There is such a desire to learn more, and there is such a dearth of the systems in place to actually facilitate that learning in a way that is inclusive. So I just think about like House Bill 2991 that was passed in the 23 legislative session that was really around how do we dismantle barriers within the workforce system, within the registries, for example, master trainers, for example. Like, that system is designed to uphold certain barriers within our system. What does it look like to make sure that the types of skills that we are building and actually rewarding and giving career ladders and lattices for people, that they're actually building the types of ways that you can strategically support families in an asset-based orientation. So if you're going into a family's home, for example, and it's a different culture or language than a home visitor, then how do I make sure that that parent and caregiver knows that they can sing to their child in whatever home language is, or on the way to the bus stop, kind of really build those types of emergent literacy skills and make sure that they understand that that is an asset that they can build upon, and it is not something that we're trying to assimilate English out. So those types of strategies is that there's an opportunity to kind of share awareness. I don't know if that answers totally your question, but I'll also defer to Director Chatterjee to share your perspective as well.
I think I would just add that to Pooja's point, it's why there's a more robust plan. So I would say this biennium, if you are a white dominant culture provider, you may not really see much of a benefit. You may see some through what the early learning hubs are operating as they're convening professional development activities. But the focus, really looking at if we can meet the needs of diverse families and promoting culturally relevant practices, that will benefit children programs, and that this plan will really point to what is the long-term investment strategy, how much money is actually needed to do this, and what are the strategies to get there. So, I think, especially when you think about developmentally appropriate early literacy practices, the majority of the programs are fostering literacy, right? Head Start is fostering literacy, Preschool Promise is fostering literacy. To Pooja's point, we also know there need to be more resources and supports, and we received 2 positions to help us develop our professional learning strategies to do the community engagement, so that white dominant culture childcare programs caring for children of color also have access to those resources and tools. So that's the intention and vision of a Birth to Thrive literacy plan that we're currently developing with the community.
Okay, and we'll do 5 more minutes. Pooja, if you can hang on with us, and I apologize to our panelists that we're starting a little late.
Hi, Pooja. My name is Marie Simons, and I wondered if you could share with us sort of like, what is the goal of the plan in the big picture, and how are you measuring the success of this plan?
I think that there is more to this that the agency can answer because there is a whole plan. We actually should get you that whole plan, including the milestones and the outcomes. So I think maybe afterwards we can make sure that you all have a copy of that. But I would just come back to kind of my remarks around the consistency is not necessarily uniformity, but like how are we building models that we can really ensure that programs like Spark, or how do we align to like Head Start, guidelines? How do we make sure all of those touch points that Alyssa mentioned around early literacy, are we working towards the same goals with all of these programs? Are we working towards the same goals? And to what extent are they aligned with the legislation and the intent around really building culturally and linguistically responsive practices that are also developmentally appropriate? So the magic is really kind of in the work that that is going to be developed by the plan in the engagement process. And a lot of engagement has already been done that the agency will build off as well. So anything else you would want to add, Alyssa?
No, this plan came out in the holidays, so I know Sue and I talked about it, but I would not be surprised if you all haven't read it. And so happy to circulate that. I think to Pooja's point, there's sort of this interim where we are right now, knowing that the timeline that was intended by the legislation was shifted with a budget note and the requirement to come back and create a plan in 6 months and request permission for the funding. So our ability to make meaningful change in this biennium was significantly impacted by that shift, but that this plan really starts to dictate what to expect without putting on assessments or mile markers, right? And really grounding this in developmentally appropriate practice, which means you may not see the effectiveness of this until children arrive at kindergarten, for example.
Peter.
Just real quick, thank you, Sue. How do we integrate this with the home visiting system? Is that part of the discussion?
I mean, that's part of the plan, right? So like, I think it's trying to figure out, let's see, there's a part of the plan, I'm trying to bring it up here real quick, that talks about the various programs. So let me.
While Pooja's doing that, we already know Healthy Families Oregon, for example, has demonstrated effects on increasing parents reading with their children, right? We know that that's a key component of Head Start services is home visiting. So those are some of the key strategies. And as Pooja's pulling up, we have a whole section in our report of that preliminary analysis of how we can leverage our existing systems, what programs we have in place, and home visiting is a key part of that.
Fantastic, thank you.
Yeah, so this will be in the inventory of programs with early literacy outcomes. Again, this is really preliminary, but it does include kind of home visiting. I think Dunk did a good job of kind of outlining some of these programs, the populations, where their service and kind of where the strategy is. So maybe there's a different conversation that can happen next month to brief the group on the plan itself, Alyssa.
That'd be great. Okay. Pooja, before you leave, I want to ask Peg Miller, who along with Peter co-chairs the council's home visiting system committee, to do a 1 or 2 minute update on where home visiting is. Since we're talking about home visiting, it's a great segue.
Yeah, and I think it really, you talked a lot about alignment, and I think that is the important part of this sort of development of the home visiting system. We've made good progress. As you know, we took this over as a priority in 2022 to 23, developed some recommendations that the council then adopted. And much of last year was spent in public and private, as well as cross-sector investments in kind of developing the plan. And where we're at now, Beth Green through Portland State University has agreed to kind of be the neutral backbone for the Oregon Home Visiting Coordination Center. And we're moving forward with a plan that hopefully will encompass many of the things that you talked about, culturally specific kind of home visiting, big family voice component, trying to support workforce and workforce retention in home visiting and more stable funding for home visiting, as well as decrease the barriers for families and increase equity and kind of the ability of quality home visiting throughout the state. So I think it aligns nicely with Raise Up Oregon 2.0, and that's kind of where we're going moving forward.
So we will look forward to working with you and the governor, Pooja, as we get ready for the 2025 legislative session.
That's
Thank
great.
you.
Well, I
Thanks
just want to
all.
say one more thing. Number
Yes.
one, you all were selected really as leaders in your communities to be on the Early Learning Council, and it's a lot of volunteer time and commitment, especially to travel to these meetings. So I just want to really appreciate on the governor's behalf all of your service as leaders in your community on this council. And I think she's really looking forward to kind of partnership related to the development of the next governor's recommended budget, really looking at prenatal to age 2 and how do we really better support our kids. And your Raise Up Oregon really provides a really nice roadmap for opportunities to strengthen services and workforce capacity there. So I guess my request to you as you kind of think about both the home visiting and other ways that we support prenatal to 2 is really looking at your Raise Up Oregon plan and really thinking about the ecosystem of early childhood right now. And as we go into 2025, what are the things that we need to be doing in our workforce to dismantle the barriers to make sure that we have home visitors and early child care providers and staff in various different organizations really make sure that they're reflective of the communities that are historically underserved. If we're not doing that in every single strategy, then we're not doing the totality of our jobs. We have to be focused on dismantling the barriers to allow access for people who speak multiple different languages and who look like the kids that we want to really serve. Having really amazing plans around services, we always just have to think about how do we build up the workforce to do that, because that's where implementation always goes awry. We always have these really amazing plans and then reality sinks in and how do we build it? And policymakers don't have necessarily all of the bandwidth to ask all of the questions, which is why we want to rely on volunteers and community leaders like this group to really help us understand in any sort of proposal around whatever you're thinking, if you could really make sure that there is a workforce component to dismantle barriers, that would be fantastic. And we're really looking at the House Bill 2991 implementation to really help inform that. So whatever you're going to kind of be doing, please just, of course, make sure that you work with Alyssa as the director on kind of planning any sort of proposals, but we really do want to figure out infants and toddlers, how do we support their caregivers and those children and really build up the workforce to see the strengths in communities across the state. So thank you.
Thank you, Pooja. Great segue into our next community panel where we're going to be hearing from people who are doing a lot of the work they're talking about.
So, thank you all.
Thanks
Bye.
for joining us. Good luck at the Capitol. Okay, so
We have Eva online and then Stephen and Jessica are here. If I could just have you guys move actually just up here.
yes, welcome. We apologize for being late. It's a late start. We appreciate you joining us here. We also really appreciate the information that you sent us for our packets so that we have some background on the work that you're doing. So it's great. And I'm going to happily turn this over to Ruby to facilitate this conversation.
Thank you, Sue. Thanks so much. And so we're going to continue our conversation on the Early Learning and Care Workforce panel. And if I could just add to the last conversation, the last point that Pooja made is literally what I had written down as a comment that we don't have time for. But really appreciate a focus on sort of these social emotional components around belonging and the need for having a workforce that is reflective of the children and families being served. So as you saw last month, this is going to be an interactive panel designed to provide the council members with up-to-date information about innovative and collaborative community work supporting the development of the early learning and care workforce, who in turn support the well-being of young children and their families in Oregon. So Raise Up Oregon, our state plan, put a significant emphasis on the importance of supporting the early childhood workforce. And we see instances of workforce strategies sort of highlighted in each of the plan's 3 system goals. Raise Up Oregon has several buckets related to workforce. We see a focus on ensuring that people can participate in necessary training and education to join the early childhood workforce, that those already in the workforce get the ongoing professional development and coaching supports that they need to stay in the field, that compensation is addressed, which we heard several times already, and that working conditions are positive and supportive for staff. We know that, since the pandemic began, there has been a real uptick in stressors and mental health challenges for children and families. And like in many other fields related to education, healthcare, and social services, there has been a similar uptick in those same issues for the early childhood workforce, leading to a lot of turnover or increased turnover. So it's really more critical than ever to find ways to adequately prepare and support those who do this important work of caring for children and supporting families in their earliest years. So today I'm delighted to be joined by Stephen Blackford, who is Senior Project Manager at Work Systems, the Workforce Development Board of Multnomah and Washington counties, and by Jessica Rosengreen, who is the Program Manager for the Child Care Resource and Referral of Washington County, which is an affiliate of Community Action. Their focus today will be childcare and early learning. Also joining us virtually is Eva Maria, who is a midwife and the co-founder of Yamhill Community Midwives.
Can I talk real quick? I'm actually a doula with Yamhill Valley Community Doulas.
I'm so sorry. Apologies for that.
There's just lots of confusion between doulas and midwives, and I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Very important. Apologies for that. So these folks here joining us today are just a couple of the state partners and community-based organizations sort of collaborating across the state in both metro and rural areas to bolster innovative programs in support of our early childhood workforce. So after I pose some questions to our panelists, we'll open this up to the general council discussion where I'll welcome questions, ideas, or comments. So I'd like to start by asking each of our panelists to introduce themselves and to share what brought you to this work. Just quick, brief introduction to that. So let's start with Stephen.
Yeah, so I'm Stephen Blackford, a Senior Project Manager at Work Systems. I've been at Work Systems for 8 years. What brought us, Work Systems and myself, into early childhood education is we started with a pilot project with DHS to provide childcare supports for our job seekers going into training. And in doing that, we kind of realized that there isn't good, adequate childcare in our 2 counties. And so that kind of put us down this path of looking at the workforce issues. And just me personally, my daughter was born April 2020, so a real pandemic baby. And my personal childcare journey has been crazy with the center closing on us and the center just doing poor. Like education, now we're stable, but it's very, very expensive. And so kind of got this personal passion now about improving our childcare landscape in the 2 counties.
Jessica?
I'm Jessica Rosengreen. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the program manager for Child Care Resource and Referral, which is a program of Community Action. My journey started when I was young. I've always had a passion for learning and working with children. I went to college and got my degree in early childhood elementary education and immediately was in the classroom teaching. I was lucky enough to teach kindergarten and preschool, and eventually my journey led to teaching Head Start. I taught Head Start for several years. And then I love Head Start. I love the wraparound approach to supporting families holistically. And I've really been able to see the impacts that that can positively have. And I wanted to have more of an impact, and my journey then led me to working in childcare resource and referral. I've been in the childcare resource and referral system for 7 years and in this director role for 2. And what I really love is the opportunity to empower and strengthen our early educators through technical assistance and resources. Additionally, I love the intersection between early childhood education and economic development that I get to see in this work. Childcare is a critical pillar to supporting a thriving community and economy, and childcare resource and referrals is a key support in that childcare system. And I'm lucky enough to be a part of that.
Thank you, Jessica. And Eva, please.
Thank you. I'm Eva Marie, co-founder of Yamhill Valley Community Doulas. I'm a THW doula, childbirth educator, and doula mentor. I was called to this work after a traumatic birth experience with my daughter, which led to a very rough postpartum period. And at the time, McMinnville itself was kind of a doula desert. We didn't really have birth support, postpartum support, in the way that doulas are able to support during that time frame. And I was able to hire a doula, but she traveled from Salem. And so knowing that we needed that support in our community is kind of what spearheaded this program. We offer scholarships to new doulas for their trainings and mentorship, and all services and classes that we offer are at no cost for OHP and local CCO members.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And again, apologies for getting your organization and your title incorrect. So briefly, can you all share your approach to your work at a very high level? What are sort of the headlines that you'd like to share? Let's have Stephen. Yeah.
So, we're the Workforce Development Board of Multnomah and Washington County. So our goal is we're responsible for developing, implementing, and evaluating the regional workforce strategic plan and guiding investments. So one of our biggest investments that we could bring to the table is a network of career coaches that support low-income job seekers of the 2 counties from kind of start to finish in their career journey. They're housed at various culturally specific community-based organizations in our region. And last year, program year 2022, served about 1,200 job seekers in our network across the 2 counties, and traditionally about 60% of those job seekers are self-identified as people of color. So pretty diverse group of people that we're already working with. And the one thing that I'm really glad that touched back on that map with the dots. We've actually, Work Systems has named early childhood education as an emerging industry. So you only saw 4 dots there, but childcare is a light red. I can't remember what color it is now. And so what that means is just, it's going to be, we're putting more resources investing in that. A lot of that is propped up because of Multnomah County's Preschool for All efforts. That is really raising wages. We also, with that funding, have hired a early childhood education sector lead. So somebody that's going to be going out there and talking to businesses, finding out what they need from a workforce standpoint, and then kind of bringing that information to me on the community programs team to go out and kind of relay that to our career coaches in the network to talk to the actual participants in the county. So really the goal of naming this emerging industry is that our career coaches in the future will be able to talk about early childhood education careers like they do now about healthcare and manufacturing jobs. Previously on a large healthcare project, and just the ability for a person to go from nothing to an RN over, a course of a few years, well, maybe a few for an RN, but it's very attractive to a low income job seeker, and just being able to create something similar to that in early childhood education would be the ultimate goal.
Thank you. Jessica, what would be your headlines?
Yeah, so as you saw in your packet materials, childcare resource and referrals have a variety of strategies that we employ in our communities, both to elevate and expand the early childhood workforce. Our approach to this work in general, CCR are designed to focus on those educators furthest from opportunity and those who are serving children furthest from opportunity. which includes populations whose systems have historically underserved and under-resourced. This includes Black, Indigenous, and other people of the global majority, individuals navigating poverty, those in rural communities, and individuals with special needs. We don't implement a first come, first served model because we recognize that's likely to be skewed towards those who already have the most resources and power. Our priority for us is centering the voices of local early educators through our work, and we do this through advisory boards, listening sessions, and surveys to ensure that we're strategically and intentionally addressing barriers both in a culturally responsive and trauma-informed way. So all that being said, one strategy, like I said, there's many, but one strategy to hone in on Washington County that demonstrates this is the Early Learning Higher Education Consortia. This is a partnership with Clackamas Community College that provides a complete early childhood education degree pathway for individuals who speak Spanish. It's the first of its kind available. Key partners have included Clackamas Community College, obviously, along with the Child Care Resource and Referrals and Early Learning Hubs in Washington County, Clackamas County, Multnomah, and Marion-Polk and Yamhill regions. Through the 3 cohorts, 60 early educators are accessing this opportunity across those 6 regions. However, something important to note, only 7 of those were new to the workforce members that were recruited. And I share this because I think it highlights one of the biggest barriers in regards to the strategy, which is the need and desire for access to higher education from the existing workforce. It feels like to me a disservice to prioritize access for those who are entering the workforce when there are those who've been doing this work for years and have been hungry and desperate for an opportunity like this. So in our effort to focus on recruitment, we can't forget the power of retention. CCR&Rs play a critical role in the Early Learning Higher Education Consortia and in early learning training for early educators. We have over 3 decades of supporting countless early educators through our relationship-based professional development approach. We were able to support early educators build their confidence and readiness to take on college courses.
Thank you, Jessica. And Eva, what would be your headlines?
Sure. Our biggest barriers and headlines we found to be the cost of training for doulas, services to families, and just a general lack of knowledge on how and why doula services are beneficial, especially early on in prenatal. After receiving the How To grant, which is a 3-year grant from the OHA and OHSU in 2022, we were able to spearhead the training and mentorship program portion of our program. And we found that doula training comes at a high cost and doesn't secure any work or support once the training is completed. So we're on our 2nd year of mentorship, which consists of a year-long supplemental training program for the doulas in training. And the biggest part that we're most proud of is being able to attend their student births with them. They don't go into the birth room alone. They have their mentor by their side. And we basically we do our doulas. And essentially what we're doing is keeping them from burnout. The work that we do is highly emotionally consuming. And so we're just making sure that they have the support that they need to succeed in their role in supporting new families. Recruitment for new doulas has been mainly through social media, word of mouth from local community partners. Our biggest partners have been our local CCO and Family Corps, which is a local referral network of local organizations.
Thank you. So we have a couple more questions. So as follow-up to this initial question, can you sort of share what you think it would take to scale these innovations, these programs that you're talking about, so that they're available on a more widespread basis? So training, retention, expansion, what does it take to do those things? Let's start with Eva this time.
There's a handful of small community doula organizations similar to ours within the state. And to see this work on a widespread basis, we really need more education and sponsorship on the local level. The Oregon Doula Association is doing great work at the state level with regulations and livable wage reimbursements for doulas, but it's really at the local level where doulas need the support to succeed in our communities. YVCD has been successful these last couple of years with the support of our local partners. between our CCO and the Family Core Network, we're able to streamline client referrals and work together with home visiting nurses to ensure our clients have the access to all the resources they need and that are available in our community. With wraparound services and warm transfers, we're seeing less families fall through the cracks during such a pivotal point in their lives.
Thank you. Jessica?
So this will probably be not surprising to anyone, but to scale the early learning higher ed consortia, additional funding is needed. So not surprising, right? The consortia focuses on removing barriers and opening access to early childhood education degree completion by establishing partnerships with universities, colleges, childcare resource and referrals, and other groups. The consortia expands access to early childhood education career pathways, reduces financial and non-financial barriers, and empowers more students to attain early childhood education degrees and certificates. So while the grant that we have in place for this allows the Washington County and Marion-Polk and Yamhill County cohorts to earn a 45 credit one-year certificate, and the Clackamas and Multnomah County cohorts to complete a 32 credit career pathway certificate, all at no cost. Limited funding levels did not allow for full associate degree attainment. Additional funds are needed, and not only to cover the tuition fees for the full degree completion, but also to expand beyond the current 60 students who are tapping into this opportunity. To provide a bit of context for scaling, Clackamas Community College received a grant for $400,000 to support this opportunity at the service level of 60 total students. And again, that's 39 students receiving a one-year certificate and 21 receiving a 32 credit career pathway.
So Jessica, who was the grant from?
Through DELC, through the Early Learning Higher Ed Consortium. Clackamas Community College has seen the success that they have not only because of this opportunity, but because of the innovative wraparound supports that they've provided for students who are both culturally and linguistically responsive. They have bilingual, bicultural admissions and recruitment specialists, academic advisors, and college navigators. The navigators support with finding a tutor if needed, supports and schedule changes, as well as connections to additional outside resources such as technology, giving them a laptop, as well as counseling. Tutoring is also provided in Spanish. Additionally, the early childhood education courses are offered in the evening and virtually in response to the needs of the workforce. Providing these wraparound supports and this responsive approach requires college leadership buy-in and investment. Additionally, while Clackamas Community College continues to be an incredible partner and is committed to pathway expansion, they can't do this work alone. We don't want to burn them, their staff, and their resources out. We need other higher education institutions to prioritize equitable access and commit to building degree pathways in Spanish and other languages. Clackamas Community College has long been committed to being responsive to the needs of the early childhood education field and the voices of the community. Way before they had this degree pathway completely in Spanish, they were providing single college courses in Spanish in person in Washington County on days and times that met the needs of our early educators. This was done at one course at a time due to funding and capacity. And then Clackamas Community College was able to jump at a recent opportunity called the Grow Your Own Grant, which provided funding for them to make this full college pathway accessible fully in Spanish, all of it completely in Spanish. And they jumped at that opportunity to make this happen.
Thank you. I know that Eva needs to hop off in about 10 minutes, so I'll let you, well, actually, let's have Stephen go, and then the last question, I'll prioritize Eva to go first.
Okay, I can really do this one pretty quick, because yeah, it is funding, but not only is it targeted funding for the workforce system towards early childhood education, but it also needs to be flexible, because one of the biggest barriers we see with our job seekers is not the ability to pay for training. We have a lot of resources to pay for training at the community colleges in our region, but it's also kind of not one size fits all the type of trainings. One thing you're doing is work experiences in Washington County, where work experience is a paid work program designed to provide participants with career exposure, also get on-the-job training, but they're also earning wages. And those only cost about $8,000 to $9,000 per person, and most of that's going to their wages. That also is helping out the businesses as well, because we're paying them through our funding. But the flexible funding is really necessary, because the biggest barrier is usually the support services surrounding these people, like especially housing, childcare. Those two are extremely expensive. We have housing and rent assistance support, but it's very temporary. And so we need more resources around longer term housing stability, transportation costs, things like that seem to be the biggest barrier for our participants in, our job seekers in, being successful on the job and completing trainings.
Thank you so much. So the last question is really about the council's concern for strategies in early childhood that include a specific racial equity approach. Can you share what your racial equity approach is? And let's go to Eva.
Did we I'm sorry, I lost track over here.
No, that's okay. We're on question 3, Eva. The council is.
Okay, thank you. So we designed YVCD to provide accessible, culturally matched birth support to families in our community. We do this by recruiting and training, mentoring doulas from diverse cultural, linguistic, and socioeconomic backgrounds. We currently have myself and 2 student doulas who identify as Latina, and we strive to have more Spanish-speaking doulas to support our Latino community. And then during our training, we really, during the mentorship portion, the intensive portion, we focus on cultural humility and trauma-informed care, checking our biases at the door when we're working with families who we don't necessarily have similar backgrounds with, especially for our non-Latino doulas.
Thank you. Stephen.
Yep. So racial equity is a key component of our strategic plan. And just some data I saw was from the Washington County report that half of the county's children under 6 were identified as BIPOC. So one of the things we're doing, we obviously have the career coaching network, which I mentioned serves about 60% of people that identify as a person of color. Those organizations that house the career coaches are culturally specific, serving people from very diverse backgrounds. One, for example, Immigrant Refugee Community Organization, IRCO, serves a lot of refugees now from like Middle East and Eastern Europe, Ukraine, Russia. But also I'm glad Jessica mentioned the Clackamas program, and that program is virtual and completely in Spanish with a Spanish-speaking instructor. And we've recently partnered with them to help cover any gaps that students might have in their tuition costs. A lot of it's funded with grants, but there's still some students that either weren't eligible or are on like a waiting list for those fundings. And so we're help covering those tuition costs so they can get started now.
So I spoke to this earlier when I discussed like CCR and our child care resource and referrals approach to this work, and that we've prioritized those for this from opportunity who've been historically underserved and under-resourced. Child care resource and referrals strive to cultivate self-awareness and address mindsets or habits that perpetuate inequity. We aim to shift the relationship between those who hold power and those who are impacted, and designing with rather than for. Our racial equity approach is being intentional and consistent in evaluating and being willing to change policies, practices, and systems, prioritizing change for people of the global majority. We've been exploring a specific framework using the Liberatory Design Framework created out of the National Equity Project. And this has been a way for us as CCR and our child care resource and referral staff and leaders to build a shared understanding and have conversation, again, that helps center racial equity and people of the global majority.
Thank you. We actually do have one more question, so I will quickly let Eva answer. Do you have recommendations for this council to help advance your work?
Thank you. Yes, I can't stress enough the importance of utilizing doulas and incorporating us into family care. We aim to begin working with families in their 2nd trimester of pregnancy. We develop close relationships with them that are built on trust and mutual respect. The level of trust that I've been fortunate to have with clients is really humbling, knowing that they trust us at the end of our time together to transfer them to the next organization that can support them during the next phase of parenting is truly special. And it's something that we've worked really hard in our community, and I would love to see statewide and every other small rural town of Oregon. And just some quick data. The rate of C-sections goes down by 39% with the presence of a doula. There's labors are shortened by on average 41 minutes of having a doula. 38% decrease of babies' low risk app scores. And the biggest one is 31% decrease in the risk of being dissatisfied with the birthing experience, which is huge. So, and that leads to better postpartum periods, which we know postpartum depression and anxiety and can affect baby and into early childhood as well. So thanks for inviting us out.
Thank you so much, Eva. I know you have to hop off the call, but, and I'm sure we have plenty of questions for you, but really appreciate you being here. So let's move on to Stephen.
Yeah, so I think us as the workforce and others elected officials just need to continue to elevate the childcare career path as a viable like path that like leads to livable wages, right? So I was looking at our state of the workforce report for 22-23, and the median wage for childcare workers in the Portland, Vancouver metro region was $14.24, compared to $18.51 for nursing assistants or $14.48 fast food workers. So I'm just saying, if you're a low income job seeker and you see these three things on the table, like which nursing assistant you can basically get a free training to do, like which one are you going to pick? So I mean, the Preschool for All effort and efforts like that across the state are greatly increasing that. I believe Preschool for All right now, the starting wage for a person in a Preschool for All child care center is around $20 an hour. So it's already going up there. And this is what kind of has led us to call this emerging industry, because if the wages are going to keep growing, it meets our quality jobs initiative of self-sufficient wages, safe work conditions, critical hours, comprehensive benefits, and training and advancement opportunities. And so we see that the childhood education pathway is moving that direction. And so we just need to continue elevating it and, you know, supporting our low-income job seekers to pursue that pathway with wraparound supports.
Great, thank you, Jessica.
I would echo what I heard earlier by Subin as well as Stephen about the compensation. That's a huge piece that without addressing that, kind of none of this really is going to make an impact. But I will say, if the council has opportunities to elevate the success of the Early Learning Higher Education Consortia as a successful vehicle for pathway development and degree access, I think that would help advance this work. Highlighting the stories of success this grant and model have generated would hopefully facilitate opportunities for additional funding, which would lead to expansion, as I mentioned earlier. Additionally, a recommendation would be for the council to engage in conversations around how higher education plays a role in early learning and care, highlighting the need for early childhood education certificate and degree pathways in languages other than English. How can this be incentivized or financially supported so that many community colleges and public universities take measurable steps to increasing access? I heard the conversation earlier with HEC, and so just would love to see how it can not continue to fall on one entity's shoulders. The work that Clackamas Community College is doing is incredible, and I would just hate to see them burnt out. They cannot be the one conduit for all early educators who speak Spanish. So I really would put that on the table.
Thank you so much. So now is our time, council, to ask questions, make comments, share ideas.
I have a question for, I think maybe for Eva. My question was, are you finding that insurance companies, whether that be public insurance or private insurance, are recognizing this as sort of essential maternity care? And or is there still work to be done in educating lawmakers and others who can kind of sort of make this a requirement that this is sort of best practice and standard care in the insurance industry?
Yeah, in the insurance industry, doula services are only covered by OHP. We are not able to take any kind of private insurance. And so when we have families who seek our services who have private insurance, we do offer a sliding scale, knowing that they can be denied OHP because they make $10 over the maximum salary requirements. So we do offer a sliding scale for private pay, but there's a lot of work to be done. Oregon's one of the first states that has implemented doula services into the OHP model.
A question for Jessica. Do you know why Clackamas Community College is so invested in early childhood?
So in conversation, I mean, I can assume, I don't know, I had mentioned, when setting this up with Gabby, I think it would be great for the council to connect with Dawn Hendricks at Clackamas Community College, as she has been really the leader of this, and you're mentioning the people knowing that name, she has expressed to me that being in a smaller community college allowed her more freedom to just take the lead on this and move it forward. In other conversations, I'll just mention like Portland Community College, which is technically our, in Washington County, the community college that we would typically partner with. While I have connections there who are very invested in this, they have met resistance because of the larger infrastructure that exists in a larger community college. But I think really it's having the buy-in, like the leaders who are committed to seeing this through. Again, even before grant opportunities were available, I'll say Dawn was willing to provide courses on one-on-one, like individual basis that they were able to. Again, as funding and capacity allowed, they would have a training available or a course available in Spanish, and they would be willing to come out to Washington County because they recognize the barriers that was for early educators to drive out to Clackamas to take a course when they're already working upwards of 50 hours a week. When are they going to fit that in their schedule? And she would be willing to have instructors come out to Washington County and deliver those on weekends that met the needs of our early educators. So long before this happened, she has a long history, and others, I'm sure, behind her in this work and making this a priority.
It sounds like we need a champion at the community college with some influence that can convince folks. I think Peter has this.
Yeah, thank you. This is also for Jessica. Jessica, in Raise Up Oregon, we have one of the strategies is to scale up the pyramid model, training and coaching statewide. Where are you in regard to the pyramid model? Have you started a community leadership team to look at how it could be scaled up in your region?
Yeah, so I will just speak for Washington County again. There's CCRNRs across the state, 15 of them that serve all 36 regions. So I'll just speak for Washington County. We actually have started a community leadership team for pyramid model. We're in the very beginning stages, but I will say that's across the state CCRNRs are invested in pyramid model. I know that that's a strategy that Delta has identified in regards to the early childhood suspension and expulsion prevention program. One of those tools in the toolkit, so to speak, in supporting adults and supporting children that have behaviors that are challenging to them. So we are in the beginning stages of the community leadership team and working on, staff have gone through training of trainers to be formally authorized to train on those trainings and content, and then we'll be rolling it out into the community.
Great, thank you.
Robin.
I think one of my first questions is about, it might be to you, Alyssa, around the consortium. So board had supported the consortium model in Southern Oregon for community colleges and Southern Oregon University. How does that consortium relate to like DELCS adopting the consortium model? I don't know where it's at right now.
Yeah, I'll be giving an update on kind of where we are with the consortium model, and happy to chat John and ask how the board member is connected to. I think that generally there's a really big piece, and Susan kind of alluded to it. The responsibility of developing an early childhood workforce lives with DELC. And so what we're not seeing in these conversations is the DELC role, and Jessica's teed up. It's such a beautiful intro to some of that. And so I'll try to give a quick overview, but would really encourage bringing John and Sydney and some of the folks leading this work to kind of guide the council through that, because there's a lot going on to promote the workforce.
Sorry, I just want to solve that Eva does have to hop off, but if any questions are outstanding, please just ask them and I'll forward them over to her and make sure that all your questions get answered.
Okay. Thank you so much, Eva. Appreciate you.
Bye.
I have a question for Stephen. Could you talk a little bit more? You started off your intro by telling us about your personal story. You had a child yourself.
Yeah.
And you kind of ended with telling us a little bit about your experience in working with job seekers. And literally the early sector is at the lowest of the pay. And when you're searching for a job, oftentimes that means you're going to skip towards the one with the highest salary. Knowing what we know about the childcare sector and that the majority of providers are small businesses, maybe even owner operators. How are you seeing that play out in your work with job seekers? Is that, well, let me start my own business because I understand there's a financial benefit of sorts to myself at the end of the tunnel? Or how does that conversation play out with job seekers and starting their own businesses?
Yeah, so we don't do a lot of the small business development, but that'll be something that our new sector lead will be diving into. But there does need to be kind of an approach to support these businesses. Like I mentioned, you had my childcare provider closed because of lack of workers, and that's Preschool for All is also, and other initiatives like that are also supporting businesses in this way. But we can also do things as the workforce system to do the work experiences or do on-the-job training, kind of diffuse some of those costs, especially early on for workers. I've spoken personally to a childcare provider who's opening a new location, would be very interested in some of these like work experiences where we could get basically cheap labor for a little bit to kind of, so when that person's like really ready after a few months to like work full time, like they're past that training period and we help cover those costs. But I think something I didn't have time to touch on is that I don't know if necessarily the starting wage has to be that big of a barrier if they can see like some career development pathways, right? Like people are willing to, a lot of people, job seekers in our network are willing to take a job for whatever they can get right now, as long as they can like see some way to go forward and raise their wages. So it's kind of, I mean, I'm still kind of learning about the registry and the steps and things like that, but we're also trying to support students that are working to raise those wages and move up. But yeah, I don't know about we're not too much in the business investment world, but that's something that we'll be looking into. Like, yeah, it has to be sustainable. We can't have these workers making like $30 an hour, but how our family's gonna afford that or how our business is gonna provide that for their workers, so.
Jessica, would you like to answer? Do you have any additional comment for that, since I know you do work with the?
Yeah, I would say so, like those things that you identified, that those family childcare providers, that is like the heart of what CCRNRs do. That is who we prioritize, because when you talk about who's furthest from opportunity, they lack complete infrastructure, right? A center, while still needing support, has infrastructure. So those are who we prioritize. I would say we see more people, at least in my experience, more people going into wanting to open their own family childcare than we do staff wanting to be in like a childcare center. I think it's a lot of it, at least in my region, is it's an attractive pathway for those of a global majority as a exciting opportunity to be able to run your own business. I also think it's tricky because so often we see people get into this work and their early educators aren't looking to make, as I'm sure this group knows, they're not looking to make a lot of money, right? They just want to have living wages. And so I think people are willing to sometimes set that aside because they love working with children and families. So that could be part of it, is the willingness to be able to like, yeah, this is going to be a great financial, like it's not like winning the lottery, right? But I will be able to make an impact. So I feel like that's what we hear from individuals, is wanting to, they themselves want to either stay home with their child, and that allows them to, raise their child and serve other children, and the passion there. But I do just worry it can't always be, compensation is a huge part of that, but it's not all of it. It's not the whole story when we think about this crisis.
Student.
Thank you, everyone. This is more a comment for like all of us as a council, because I wish I was better at proposing solutions rather than naming problems. But I feel like this presentation, in contrast to what we heard from HEC, highlights what I think the actual issue is. That there's a disconnect between the early childhood conversation of what we're doing around workforce and all of the kind of the government, the Oregon, the state approach to workforce development. because we're talking about issues of like supply and, you know, businesses shutting down open positions. That's not about unemployment, right? I mean, yes, it's really, but whatever. And so, and to your point also, Jessica, it's like, I was paid $13.50 an hour with a master's degree mentoring college students at the Helen Gordon Child Development Center. And I loved that job. I absolutely loved it. And so I do feel like compensation is a huge, I'd love to get paid more, but there's other aspects of this that people can find fulfilling in the work. I think the thing that me and Robin were talking about this on the phone yesterday, there's all these looming things that are coming to early childhood educators that are going to be very demanding for them. It's already a difficult profession. And we're asking people to do that without having something in the pipeline for compensation. And so that feels like a ticking something, it just doesn't feel, it feels.
Stephen, I'll just say here,
Yeah.
I'm totally on the same page. Disconnects, it's frustrating. It's just a frustrating situation.
And I'll echo, basically saying that what's obviously not being connected is how essential the service and this workforce is to everything else. Right? This is the workforce behind the workforce. And so the fact that there's not a level of public investment or public strategy around thinking through how to build it, support it. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to pay as much as someone going into corporate law, because corporate law people hate, right? People love this job, so you don't have to pay as much, you have to pay a living wage.
Yes.
It has to be something that allows folks to live in dignity and not have to be dependent on public services to do this.
And working in a community action, that's exactly what we see. We see people coming to childcare resource and referral to start a business or access coaching, training, and at the same time in those conversations, because it is so relationship based, they build that connection and trust, and they're disclosing that they can't pay their bills, and then we're connecting them with community action, public social service programs like housing and energy assistance, right? And so that is exactly living with dignity.
Well, something else that we noticed is that even though like we're trying to do the supply and all this, that even then some of our barrier job seekers are still choosing friends and family. And so I'm always curious like how that's going to work in the future. Like, I would love to be able to find a way to pay aunt or grandma or somebody to come watch the kids so the person could go to work, because it is the workforce behind the workforce, but we don't have that means. And so I don't know if there's any insight or thoughts on
Robots,
that.
man.
Robots, yeah.
We actually have a very promising strategy around that. So and I'm gonna have copies if people want to see, but in our annual report that's paired with the Hub's annual report, I have copies happy to leave. We do focused childcare networks, so it's like a small intimate group of 12 to 15 early educators that work through the professional development goals with a quality improvement specialist and staff on my team. And one of the really promising strategies we've seen is recruiting friends, family, and neighbor providers. So those who are not licensed, typically doing like a grandma doing it for the grandchild, or an aunt or a neighbor, whatnot, caring maybe for 1 to 3 children. And obviously we do a screening process and recruitment, but then bringing those individuals in and working towards becoming licensed. So that's a strategy that we've seen success. So they're going from previously unlicensed up to 3 slots to becoming a licensed family childcare. That's 10 slots and an increase in quality. And so that's been a promising strategy that we've seen, because people are already doing the work. They love working with children. Maybe it's not on a more intimate basis. Again, it's not for everybody, but that has been a promising strategy to think about how do we scale up and address the supply need.
Well, we're right about at time, so I'm sure we could have this discussion for a couple more hours, but really appreciate you being with us today, Jessica and Stephen. And thank you so much for the information. One thing that I did want to mention too, I heard a lot about compensation and pathways, and you can sort of think about pathways in a bunch of different ways. But when we're talking about the Clackamas program, I actually just learned last week that there's an effort to partner with WU, Western Oregon University, to create a pathway from that AA degree to a BA degree, also in Spanish and protected English or whatever the case is. How do we do more of that too, right? So that's the next step. That's how we keep people in the field okay, you don't want to be a provider anymore, you have this bachelor's degree, what else could you do to support the field? And we don't lose that expertise and that passion. So more to chew on, and thank you so much for being here, and thanks to the council members for other questions and comments. Great.
The other thing I want to mention is the report, Jessica, that I think you provided.
Yes.
From all the CCRNRs and what they're doing.
Yes.
Very
Thank
impressive
you.
work being done around the state. So please let them know we really appreciate the report, but also what they're doing. And that Washington County Child Care Report, wow, Eco Northwest is fabulous.
Yeah.
Talk about a ton of information.
I did want to say on that one, I
Yeah.
think I was reading it last night after we talked at dinner, and I was curious. It was called out specifically providers looking to increase that regulatory barriers was significant, and I would be curious if you would be able to provide us. It kind of touched on it high level, but to me, that's talking about licensing requirements, and I would love if there was any data where people are sharing, like, what are those barriers? Because that is exactly what this council is supposed to be looking at. And so you don't need to answer today, but that would be something I would love to see come back if there's more granular detail in that data set about what specifically providers are saying that's a barrier for me to increase.
That report is actually, we did that in partnership with Early Learning Washington County and our hub. And if I'm remembering correctly, it wasn't licensing barriers, it was like jurisdiction, so like zoning, coding, permitting.
And that has come up.
Earned insurance too has been a barrier, because we partner with CCRNR to make the childcare payments, and they can't contract unless they can hit an insurance level, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's not a county issue.
And there is a work group, Department of Land and Conservation Development, to look at the zoning, planning, jurisdictional barriers that people don't think of. And would love to have ongoing conversations about insurance as those rates have gone up, and we are required to implement insurance requirements for public funds. And there's an unregulated sector of the childcare market around sexual abuse and molestation that they just keep ratcheting up, and there's nothing that we can do about it. Yeah.
There's also, though, the issue we heard about at the last council meeting, like exceptions. So, in order to get an exception to licensing, you have to advocate for yourself. You have to know an exception exists. You have to understand how that impacts. I mean, there's all these things, and if you don't know that, then that's a barrier, but you're not reporting that. You're just not doing it. So, I mean, I think there's some work there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you do have additional information around the barriers issue, just send it to Gabby, I guess, and she'll get it to us. Because you're right, Liz, that's the kind of thing we would like to be aware of. Thank you both very much. And thanks for the work you're doing. I mean, wow.
Well, this is the start of our work, so I'm really excited to be here. And I think like a year ago, we wouldn't have been part of this group, so it's
Amazing.
very cool.
Well, we're excited to be emerging. Oh, Dr. Williams, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us. Sorry that
I'm envious that y'all are all in person and here I am. Shoot.
I know, this is the first in quite a while. But you have a very nice background, so we appreciate thinking spring may be coming. Fingers crossed. All right, council, we are back in session, and our opportunity to chat with our agency director partners. And Dr. Williams, we will happily start with you. And as I say, thank you for being with us. We've been focused on workforce, and we're happy to hear comments about that or anything else you'd like to present. So thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and share a little bit of information about workforce. So I have some notes here, and I always want to give credit to where credit is due. Have amazing staff in our EIECSE program, Kara Williams, who helps me prepare and give you the information that you need. So I'll share a little bit. I'll take some questions, and what what I can't answer, I'll definitely just shoot over to Kara and team and then get back to you if that works.
Sure.
So I want to share a little bit about what we have in place to support and strengthen our workforce. As you know, personnel shortages are prevalent across the nation as 42 states report having a shortage of early intervention professionals. Teacher preparation programs have reported a 35% downturn in enrollment over the last 5 years, and high turnover rates are estimated to cost programs an average of $20,000 a year for every professional who vacates the profession. So Oregon is one of those 42 states that experiences shortages of EIECSC educators and specialists. We're working hard to leverage and improve existing infrastructures to meet the increasing need for alternative pathways to recruit and retain EIECS providers. Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act requires that state early intervention grantees stand up a comprehensive system of personnel development with targeted strategies and activities to do these 4 things. Recruit and retain early intervention personnel, maintain data on personnel and professional development, provide alternative training models, and support personnel preparation and continuing education. So Oregon's comprehensive system of personnel development plan includes strategies to establish a regular update of our personnel standards for EIECSE, providing alternatives to teaching standards and practices commission licensure, and provide technical assistance to EIECSE programs to recruit and retain specialists and supervisors. So the standards. The standards ensure the quality of the state's early childhood intervention workforce by defining the required knowledge, skills, and competencies as a part of Oregon's comprehensive system of personnel development plan. ODE reviews and updates Oregon's EIECSE personnel standards every 5 years to align with current national standards. In 2023, ODE led the adoption of new personnel standards with a concentrated focus on equity, inclusion, and cultural responsiveness. The decision was made to adopt the national personnel standards from the Division of Early Childhood and the Council for Exceptional Children. ODE held 6 feedback sessions on the standards and their supporting guidance with EIECSE contractors and supervisors, families, early learning partners such as the Department of Early Learning and Care, Head Start, community preschool, state agency representatives, higher education faculty. And information from the feedback sessions was used to make final revisions. So in October of 2023, the Oregon State Board of Education approved adoption of the revised EIECSE personnel standards for specialist assistants and supervisors in Oregon. Now, as far as authorization, ODE first developed EIECSE authorization as an alternative pathway to TSPC licensure for EIECSE specialists and supervisors in Oregon. Since that time, the authorization process has been routinely reviewed and updated to incorporate current personnel standards and transition to an electronic submission format. A bachelor's degree is a prerequisite for those applying to be specialists, and a master's degree in early childhood special education or a related field is required for those applying to be supervisors. The authorization process requires the applicant to develop an online portfolio documenting their knowledge and experience in alignment with EIECSE personnel standards. The portfolio is reviewed and approved by a state panel. Candidates for authorization work in EIECSE programs as specialists or supervisors as they complete their online portfolio. They have a mentor or supervisor supporting them with authorization documentation, as well as training and skill development from their professional development plans. Candidates have 12 months from the date of hire to complete their authorization. Authorized specialists and supervisors must renew their ODE authorization after 3 years and then subsequently every 5 years. Their supervisor verifies the requirements needed for reauthorization, such as the number of professional development units and establishment of a professional development plan based on the EI-ECSC personnel standards. The application for reauthorization is then submitted to OD for final approval. So to apply for the authorization and renewal is free, which is more affordable and convenient option for working staff. So the benefits of authorization as an alternative pathway amidst the challenges posed by COVID and the widespread scarcity of providers across the country, authorization has significantly bolstered recruitment and retention in Oregon and has helped to eliminate barriers. The renewal is free and can be, authorization and renewal is free and can be completed while working. And this makes it both affordable and convenient option for staff. And since 2019, the number of applicants and newly authorized EI-ECSC specialists has tripled. There were 25 newly authorized specialists in 2023. We have observed increasing diversity in the workforce with an increase in authorizations from tribal communities and educational assistants who are bilingual. So a next step in understanding our shortages is we have disseminated a staff shortage survey to all EI-ECSC program contractors and subcontractors to gain further information on current barriers and successful improvement strategies for recruitment and retention. The survey is due February 29th. And will be summarized and shared with EI-ECSC program leadership, higher ed, and other partners. So again, that's our summary of what we're doing so far. And again, if you have any questions, please let me know.
All right, thank you, Dr. Williams, very much. EI-ECSC is obviously a critical part of our early childhood system that we're trying to build. So we appreciate your focus on that. I'd like to go to Dave Baden, who's on the phone for OHA, and hear Dave's comments, and then I see that Dr. Brown is representing ODHS, and Alyssa is obviously here for Dell. Oh my goodness, and Director Bell, sorry, I didn't see you there as well. So let's continue across the screen. Dave, welcome, good to see you again. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Sue. Dave Baden, I use he, him pronouns, now the Deputy Director in the Oregon Health Authority. It's good to see everyone, happy to still be here supporting OHA and you all, and lots of fun, exciting things. So today, yeah, thanks, Dr. Williams, for sort of kicking off so many amazing things that you and your team are doing. So obviously, when you get into OHA and workforce, the conversation could get super big and super fast on sort of healthcare workforce generally. Sue and I had talked about sort of a focus a little bit on behavioral health workforce and some efforts that are happening there. So if I can, I'm going to try to flash up a slide, and I apologize I didn't send this ahead of time, and for sure we'll send this as a follow-up, just to sort of give a sense of a couple of things. So I'm working from one screen today. I'm going to do my best, so I may not see everyone just as I'm going through this. So
We appreciate your one screen, Dave.
sounds like a bad band or something. Okay, can you all see that?
No, not yet. Still loading.
Oh, wow. I sort of froze. Oh, gosh. Bear with me for a second.
We understand IT problems.
Well, if you can hear me, I did full freeze. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
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 I do not know what my fun laptop, I did too much to it. Okay, well, let me just talk a little bit about a couple of things and maybe.
Oh, no, he froze.
I just moved.
Oh, there you go. Okay, you're back.
Hi, I'm back. Let me try this. Let me try this one more time. If not, I could just talk from it and we'll share from there.
Yes.
All right, I have successfully conquered Zoom technology for a second. So the legislature in the last biennium provided a lot of, I'll say one time, but sort of one time with a little bit of legs in resources around behavioral health workforce initiative that I just wanted to talk about. Both in, in its importance, but also a little bit in just, some of the challenges I think ahead of any workforce efforts, especially when you get into sort of professional workforces and how you support sort of building more of a pipeline into this piece. So I wanted to focus a little bit on the blue box here, if you can see it, and if you can't, again, we'll send this around. So this Behavioral Health Workforce Initiative, which was about $60 million that OHA received, that went for a whole variety of workforce initiatives in the behavioral health space. One, it was sent out to counties to sort of support county mental health and their specific training and development needs, support some certification work that was done there. But the ones I wanted to talk about is that we actually used this for some specific student loan repayments and supporting people going into social work schools for stipends and the like, and really changed the way we sent and focused on this funding and added requirements with a lot of work and support from our Department of Justice legal colleagues to assure that we're focusing on rural and culturally specific behavioral health provider development. There's been recent work and studies done about the challenges out of OHSU about the challenges around behavioral health workforce. And the biggest challenge are culturally specific providers and providers in rural areas. So the focus really on that effort was, again, around trying to incentivize that work. So I'm really proud of the second bulleted in there, is that the 79 student loan debt repayment recipients identify as BIPOC and 32% provide current sort of or behavioral health services. So we really tried to focus and help to try to build that pipeline for more providers. There's a lot more sort of details and other work behind this piece of others, social work students and others that are receiving this support. And when you go into supporting higher education work, it's expensive. Supporting a student with how expensive it is to go get a further degree, it adds up really fast. So 79 in some ways sounds like a lot, 79 people that will have less student loan and have debt repayment paid. That allows them to potentially go out and go into community mental health providers and other places more easily. But it is 79, and the workforce challenge is much more broad than that. And so again, we're really trying to sort of broaden out and work through a variety of provider incentive programs and focus on child and family behavioral health workforce, as you see here, of incentives to recruit and retain counselors and other staff serving children. Focus on a lot of work around peer delivered services and, really trying to, push out a variety of things. This year, around actions and target dates, is assuring that the dollars that we received that had, again, a tail, that we push out all of those remaining dollars in the next few months. And we have reestablished the behavioral health workforce work group to get to some final recommendations on things that that we need to continue to go from here. So I wanted to flash just a couple of statistics around behavioral health workforce generally. You know, obviously, when you get into the broader healthcare workforce, the challenges with burnout from, you know, post-pandemic retirement challenges that are happening in hospitals and healthcare settings are super acute. Frankly, we do have some resources and work in that area, but it's not something that that I think has been a single and primary focus of the agency. I think we've done some reports and sort of pushed some things out there. I will say that the new director, Dr. Hathi, who will definitely come and join this group often as well, is keenly interested as a doc and a provider around the workforce challenges in healthcare. And all of those impacts on kids, the impacts of in some cases, mostly a non-existent child behavioral health workforce, and all of those things on their impact. So there is some work going on, and I definitely want to emphasize some pipeline work that I think that we're particularly proud of to continue to build out a more diverse behavioral health provider network. And there is a long way to go. And frankly, it's not probably only a government solution. This is where, really a public-private partnership and ways for private sector, CCOs, healthcare entities, insurance companies, we really need to sort of all be in this together and, look forward to Dr. Hathi really taking this on with her sort of provider background and see where we go from here. Definitely interested in sort of particular ELC input about, challenges in kiddo behavioral health and, dental and physical health challenges that are out there. So just wanted to cover a couple of items today. I know there's Andrea's here as well, and happy to answer questions while here. Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you very much, Dave. Great report as always. Director Bell, welcome. It's good to see you again. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, good morning. Good to see you. Good to see all the folks in person. I can see some of the faces, but I'm a little jealous not to be there in person, but certainly good to be here in virtual community.
Great. And I don't know if you want to provide any information on workforce issues that you're dealing with or anything else in the housing world, which we read about daily.
We do. Well, absolutely. I know I am not formally on the agenda, so certainly don't want to crash the party, but I'll maybe just for the sake of just collective visibility and awareness, recognizing all of the intersecting ways in which workforce manifests and will be part of the collective reality that we're all part of. I'm happy to mention maybe just a few things from a housing perspective, Sue, and then I'll yield over and get back to our regularly scheduled agenda here. But I believe that this body is uniquely aware of and has really been part of helping support the agency's vision as it pertains to the co-location work that the agency has been part of, which just for collective awareness for maybe that have had further proximity to that. Obviously, as a housing agency, at the end of the day, our core mission, our core purpose is to ensure that we are continuing to build more housing in all shapes and sizes in a way that is affordable, truly affordable. I think with the realities of our economy, from everything from Cheerios to gas prices to the cost of building everything just being more expensive, We know that housing in all shapes and sizes, we just don't have enough of it here in Oregon. But candidly, over the last few years as an agency, we have been wrestling with and trying to better understand, in addition to volume of housing, because I think typically when we have conversations about housing, it's usually directly tied to quantity and volume, which is, of course, critically important as volume of affordable housing. But where I am uniquely interested in, where the agency is really ascending to a different place and an appropriate place, is really thinking about our role and responsibility in the social context of housing. So in addition to volume of housing, how do we build and invest in a way that makes every day, candidly, a little bit easier for everyday people just trying to get by? And we don't have to have all the sophistication and get into the details of all the things, all the bells and whistles with building affordable housing. But at the end of the day, that's what our mission is. That's what our intention is to try to make everyday life a little bit easier for Oregonians across the state, and to also do that in a way that center and advances race, because I think all of us are on the receiving end of trying to untangle the impacts of what happens when we don't do that. But when it comes to both workforce and the intersection of, we think about our youth and their needs as well, and many of you help to inform and shape this, really the understanding that if we can, as housers, we build and we know how to build and we know how to invest in investments that build more affordable housing, where can we really stretch and expand those investments in a way that creates more space for early learning? So that will continue to be a driving focus for this agency. But two of the things that I would maybe just mention as we're thinking about the current moment in front of us and the next few years ahead of us, in addition to thinking about more volume of affordable housing and continuing to be quite relentless in that pursuit, we are also wanting to make sure that, particularly as a government agency, that not just what we do, but how we do it. So what I mean is we're doing less deciding and defending, and I think getting back to some of the good, effective basics of good, effective government for the people, which is really engaging in localized solutions and investing in those solutions that are representative of each of the communities that we serve. So really focusing on the social context of housing. As it relates to workforce, what's really interesting is one of the understandable frustrations that I think is a shared one with housing is that when you invest in it, it takes a few years to build things, particularly if you're building it well and if you're building it effectively. But what I think is uniquely important for this body to be aware of, and I think we'll continue to have more conversation at this table about, is even before the building of affordable housing, we get the jobs. And so where the agency is continuing to focus our effort as it comes to workforce is where can we, one, create better and improved pipelines for jobs, and a better tracking of those jobs when it relates to creating job opportunities for folks with lower incomes, for women, and also when we think about folks of color, Black and brown folks across the state as well, when we think about the workforce piece. Now, sometimes that is a bit of a snooze fest, but the reason why it is so important, much like housing and making sure that students have the basics covered so that they can be kids and be healthy students and not have to focus on moving multiple times throughout the year to find affordable housing, is that is also directly tied to the health of our economy as a state. When people have when folks have their basic needs met, when students can be students, without the shuffling each month or from every few months, there is a direct improvement to the health of our economy. And we also know that when we think about people now that are struggling to get by as adults, in many cases, when we look back at that data, there was housing instability patterns as a youth. And so I think as a housing agency, we are wanting to and needing to color outside the lines a bit to make sure that we are doing work that is seeking to address the whole person and the community context thereof. So we appreciate all of the support. We appreciate all of the pouring into that effort that this body has certainly been a part of in supporting the department in that. Sue will continue to bring updates and certainly engage with this body to seek expertise and advisement, but certainly appreciate you let me crash the agenda just a bit. So I'll yield and turn it back to you.
Well, just make it clear that you're a standing part of the agenda, Director Bell. You don't crash. Others might, but you're not on that list.
Yeah, I can crash from time to time, but I appreciate the standing nature of that. But I appreciate that. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, Alyssa Chatterjee,
Sure.
who is here in person. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, so I will try to run through quickly, and happy to follow up kind of in writing and with more detail, and to pair Dr. Williams as well. This is really the good work of our team. And so I'm just trying to pass this on. So we have key partners in a couple other agencies around workforce. HEC is a key partner, and Ben and I have had a lot of conversations too about how we shift institutions of higher education away from saying this isn't a viable career path. And so we're going to stop offering early learning and early childhood education opportunities. And they've been partnering with us on the scholarship that has been created by the legislature, but not yet funded. But we are, as DELC, charged with designing and implementing a professional learning system for the early learning care workforce. And that there are some dedicated resources through the Student Success Act Early Learning Account. So when the legislature passed that, a subset of funds was intended to be specifically for developing a professional learning system. And when we think about the Raise Up Oregon connection, and this is really similar to what Subin raised, what we continue to hear from providers is the need to increase provider and partner support, offer technical assistance, address professional development, compensation, and improve access to higher education and education pathways. So there's sort of 4 buckets of work that we've tried to break our professional learning work into with that team under John. And the first is recruitment and respect. And so making sure that we have the structures and the support in place to attract people to the profession of early learning and care, especially the educators that represent the racial, ethnic, and linguistic diversity of the children being served across Oregon, as well as recognize the early childhood workforce as professionals. The second is preparation, degrees, and credentials. So making sure we have accessible, culturally and linguistically responsive credential and degree programs that can prepare educators to work with young children. The third is professional learning, and so ongoing community-based training and job-embedded learning opportunities that are rooted in competencies. And the fourth is retention. So making sure that we're addressing the workplace environments, the foundational conditions, and making sure that we have knowledgeable, skilled leadership that supports the diversity of our educators and implementing effective practice. So there's a lot that falls into each of these buckets, and I will name them very quickly, and I'm happy to answer questions. So the first, which is a more recent one, is the Child Care Infrastructure Fund work that the legislature passed this session. So while Business Oregon is administering that fund, we are responsible for the technical assistance and helping Business Oregon lead the community engagement process to really design what that fund will be. But we're able to leverage that TA to really focus on business development, small business supports, and helping interested programs not just figure out how to best use capital investments and move money around in their budgets, but also figure out how they can sustain their business model. We also are leveraging some of that contracted support for Child Care Infrastructure Fund, and with this partnership with Business Oregon, looking at how we can better leverage small business development centers, which are increasingly wanting to enter into this space and need more of an understanding and expertise of the childcare market. Another provider and partner support is the substitute pool. So this, while it is giving, it's a key piece because we know that there are so few members of the workforce, and we have so many providers who are unable to take a sick day, have not taken vacation, aren't able to leave for professional learning. And so really making sure we can promote that access, promote that self-care through the substitute pool. We offer startup grants, and while that is a business support, it really is important a little bit from a compensation perspective because it can help these businesses get on the ground in that awkward space of enrolling and collecting tuition from families. We also have our coaching system. While a lot of these resources are actually coming through Preschool Promise, Baby Promise, other programs, and are tied to those publicly funded programs, we are also supporting the Shared Services Alliance that the Oregon Child Care Alliance is leading by funding business coaches in 7 regions across the state. So really bringing that workforce administrator capacity building for our smallest childcare businesses. Professional development, you all heard from John on last month about suspension and expulsion and sort of the wraparound approach to professional learning. Pooja mentioned House Bill 2991, which requires DELC to conduct an independent study to identify barriers for the early childhood workforce. So a vendor was selected in December to conduct that independent study. We're currently in contract negotiations, but the current plan is that our contracted partners will provide their approach to us, synthesize existing research, and give us their engagement plan throughout this spring. And conduct that work over the summer. And we also have the National Registry Alliance, who has given us an analysis of the Oregon Registry Online. And so we'll also be looking at how we can incorporate that into the 2991 work and where there might be some easy changes we can be making while that broader work happens. Pathways, you heard from Jessica about the consortium model. And so, Robin, to your question, last biennium, Ford Family really kicked off that work. And so we partially funded the consortium model work. This biennium, now that the Ford Family Foundation funding has ended, we are fully funding last biennium's work, and we've expanded the consortium model. And it's aiming to really develop and provide higher ed pathways, as Jessica explained, to ensure early educators can obtain credit, certificates, and degrees in ECE, but also to make sure that we're supporting our educators in obtaining their credentials, certificates, and degrees debt-free through cohorts and culturally and linguistically responsive practices. So there are 5 awards that provide support at 1 university and 8 community colleges and their associated CCRNRs to offer scholarships, internet, computers, substitute hours for students, navigators, and on and on. We also fund the Early Learning Degree Pathway Scholarship at PSU. This actually mirrors the scholarship that PEC has permission to administer, but no money to administer. And so with this $500,000, it allows for certificate and degree coverage, including child development associate and 1-year certificates. It's got the cost of translation of degrees, making sure we have opportunities for educators working in the field and those just beginning their journey or not yet employed in the field. And then I wanted to name compensation, which is a key piece and not the only piece, and wanted to name that this is probably the place where we have the fewest levers, right? Our major levers are through our publicly funded programs, which is not where the majority of children are. So we have levers through ERDC rate increases. We are incorporating the alternative rate methodology into the provider management platform we're developing so that as we negotiate that with the unions and hopefully see funding, we're able to actually implement it. And we have seen some recognition from the legislature this past session about the need for compensation. And so while we were continuing to struggle with the effects of the pandemic and workforce shortages, rather than cut our budget, the legislature said use that underfunding to start to address compensation. And compensation, by our definition, is both wages and benefits. But that's not where most children are. And so I think there's so much promising work happening, like Preschool for All in Multnomah County. We know other counties are exploring similar models, which has a universal end goal. And that isn't how the state has approached early learning investments and childcare investments in the past. And so there's going to continue to be this gap on compensation and what the state can do when we're limited by how many preschool promise slots we have or how many families we can accept on ERDC and how you blend a voucher and contracted slot model. So I think a lot more to come as we really figure out the next phase of this work in early learning for Oregon.
Oh, rapid fire. Okay, we still have our agency director with us, I believe. Yes, so questions from council members or ideas you want to throw out?
I just wanted to piggyback off of what you're just talking about. You're saying, you know, when you look at compensation, it's the whole package. So one of the things that a lot of providers say to me is that health insurance is a significant barrier to them being able to recruit. It's not just the, you know, where the wage is, but also a lot of these providers also have young families. They need health insurance for their kids. And so that is a barrier that often is why our providers lose their teachers to the school district because the school can provide that full package. So has there been any discussion about how we get at the benefits package? Because there are, I mean,
potentially have Oregon Health Plan, you have some other levers potentially, the legislature opened that up to say early learning providers. And so I'm curious if there's been any discussion on the benefits side of that conversation.
Yeah, and David can jump in too, but there's, so APSME has really been leading on this for home-based providers, and there actually is a work group that is a part of our current collective bargaining agreement to explore what healthcare for the industry could look like, potentially starting with home-based providers. But I think there's that recognition that compensation, if we mean true compensation, has to include healthcare. And so that work is currently underway, and we've been getting really amazing support from other agencies who have experience in coming up with health insurance and healthcare model plans, which is not Delk's area of expertise. And so I think that we're really excited to see what that yields and how it can be a starting point for the broader early childhood and childcare system.
I mean, I would just add, on that, so in the end, we can only do what also the legislature invests in, and, I think things about compensation and benefits, they really are like dollar for dollar to address them. But I think, one thing I do want to just underline, I think, Melissa's point that the reach of public programs at least at currently is really the limit of our reach currently to address compensation. But I think there's a conversation around other benefits.
So Liz, I want to understand the interplay of what's going on at the county level, what's going on at the state level. You mentioned that. So what is it that the state current legislation prevents you from doing that counties are able to do? How do those two things integrate?
Yeah.
With compensation?
Yeah, so we've taken a targeted universalism approach in making sure that those furthest from opportunity are served, and we're not there yet, right? So we've not hit that 80% kind of saturation mark. Although some counties are really close, at least for preschool. No one's that close on infants and toddlers. But so I think, while Multnomah County's approach is scaling and starting with those families, that end goal of universal just hasn't been articulated. And so our programs still have, income limits and things like that. And so that's, I think now that we're seeing more of this universal, there's this bigger question of how do those programs fit together and how can we build off of them? I think, there are going to be counties that could never stand up. And so and then there's the kind of fair share conversation and counties understandably not wanting their tax dollars to go to another county standing up. So I think these are some of the bigger questions as we see more, as more counties want to do it. How do we answer the question of, okay, but Kearney's not going to be able to do that. And if the expectation is that local stands up, we're never going to get there. So will there be a point where funds shift or are used in different ways to help lift up those communities? And so I think we're trying to work with close with Multnomah and see how that evolves. And there's interest in Clackamas, Washington, and I think that says more of the larger metro counties.
I mean, what you're talking about is the creation of a deeply balkanized service delivery system that benefits Metro over every part of the state.
Right.
Which is not what you want to build.
Yep.
So not what you want to build.
Where's mine? Exactly. So it's going to change how we talk about what state level investments look like if we know that there is or could be this significant local investment that isn't going to benefit the rest of the state. And I think that's the tension of we have a responsibility to all families in Oregon. And so figuring out what our scaling plan looks like, figuring out are we going to start targeting communities? Those are some of the key questions I think.
I just have one more question because I know, and you can pass on this because you're a public official. But it feels to me that this is a fundamental sort of advocacy and policy problem because you sort of don't want the big counties to take this on because you want a statewide solution. You want to have the impulse to be, we are all in this big boat of Oregon together. So, no, whether you're in a rural place, a suburban community, or a rural community, we're getting together. And we need a solution that can work across the state. Because this balkanization thing is gonna make it very, very hard to implement a comprehensive statewide solution that's fully supported.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of crises at play, and so the question is the childcare crisis the one the legislature wants to focus on? You know, is that because they all require such a significant level of investment and coordination, and so yes, I think that there's a point where the conversation shifts and it's about catching up and not designing and leading.
Peter.
Thanks.
Speaking of, yes.
To bounce back to I really appreciate the discussion about the statewide need. And I serve on the Children's Institute board, and we had a discussion just yesterday about how are we going to build the momentum to actually create a statewide program. That's work has to get done. Going back to the benefits part, and Dave can back me up on this or add to it. We've had some success in matching early childhood providers with local insurance agents who can get early childhood workers onto the health exchange for subsidized health care. And it's gone down for one person who works for the Ivy School. His premiums went down to $10 a month for his entire family. So these are subsidized programs. There's no cost to the provider at all. The local insurance agents who are trained on this, it's on the OHA website. They're trained on how to put people onto the exchange with good health insurance coverage for very low dollars. And that's something that we could do as a council to promote to all our CCR&Rs to actually make sure people have that information. And in addition, the legislature did pass a health plan for people at 200%, up to 200% of the federal poverty level. So we might be capturing some people from that 138%, 200% over the coming year that actually will qualify for state-provided health care. And again, I'm hoping Dave can talk about this, but hopefully our council can be very proactive of making sure we get the word out to every provider that either through the health exchange or through this, I'm sure it's called the basic plan, Dave, or the bridge plan, that there's more options for health care for early childhood workers.
Dave.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. Yeah, just briefly, fully agree. Yeah, so we, for the council, we are in current negotiations with CMS as directed by the legislature to develop what's called a basic health plan that will be implemented under the structure of a bridge health plan that will both create from 138 to 200% of poverty for sort of ACA eligible adults, coverage that is Medicaid, almost exactly like Medicaid, with a couple of smaller exceptions that will be run by CCOs. So in what, sort of with the pandemic and keeping people on Medicaid, this allowed sort of a soft landing for a lot of people who otherwise would have gone onto the exchange, ideally found low-cost plans, but this is a no-cost plan. So that no cost versus some cost, especially with the quality of the Oregon Health Plan, is clear. I did want to put out, and happy to come back, of one around worker trusts and trusts around sort of healthcare work. There's some worker trusts that we've been doing with ODHS and the long-term care industry about, again, sort of Medicaid financed trusts for workers in there. Alyssa, it may be something we could chat about down the road of how that could work in the early childhood arena. Other states do a little bit more of this. I don't know if they do it in the early childhood side, but it's a concept that happy to come back and maybe talk about the trust that's out there. I think it's a pretty novel way of trying to leverage federal funds to help with healthcare.
Absolutely, Dave, that'd be great.
Awesome. Thank you, Dave.
I had a question. I think it was Director Bell, and I'm not sure if she's still on, so maybe Alyssa can help a little bit, but there was something mentioned around co-location of housing and childcare. And in my mind, that sounds great. And then I think about how does that look on the ground in practice? Because we know that we heard from Stephen earlier about a childcare center closing. We know UCC closed their childcare center. Southwest Oregon Community College did. So I'm just wondering, is there some discussion about how in practice that's going to operate? And how we make sure we put in some supports or what is needed for centers to be successful? Because it's a great opportunity, but if the business doesn't work, which we've heard in multiple scenarios, it's just not gonna exist.
Yeah, and David can also jump in. So I think this work has been a couple years in the making. So it was sort of preliminarily explored last biennium and received, continued and expanded funding. And so OHCS is the lead on this, really partnering with us. They've identified the kind of business convener that is working with the providers and the low-income housing developers to figure out like how the co-location model works. And that's part of some of the business supports work that we're developing with the infrastructure fund as well, is to help a program that is situated there, for example, really make sure that the business model is in place for them to be successful. And there was legislation that didn't end up passing to also look at removing barriers for more providers to be in commercial buildings or residential rather, without it kicking into the prevailing wage component because these are businesses. And so that's something Senator Steiner had really tried to lead on, and I think is of interest going forward to figure out how many barriers we can remove to make it a viable business model going forward. And David, do you want to?
I think the only thing I would add is just part of what Oregon Housing Community Services have done, and I also just want to say we've just been such wonderful collaborators with Dell. Is the first step is putting out a RFP to administer the co-location funds that the legislature allocated, and it was really a great consortium of entities that ended up getting that award to administer the funds. And it's a group that brings together not only experience on the affordable housing front and have worked in affordable housing both in Oregon and other states extensively, but also organizations, including LIFT, that also have a lot of experience working with childcare and early learning providers. So I think the group that came together really brought together the right mixture of knowledge and experience to think both from what is the financing needs that you need from the affordable housing side, but what are the kinds of supports that you also need to make this work for that early learning provider to bring them along. I think what you also raised is how do you also think about what some of the funding streams to maintain the operating cost, right? So, I think one of the ways is that people have always thought about this, in the past with the mixture that early learning has no capital dollars and the affordable housing doesn't have operational dollars, for an early learning program. So I think that's part of the work forward, is to think about how you bring that mix together.
I'm going to say there is a example of that co-location. There's a new development actually over in LeGrand in Union County, where it's a brand new housing development and it's co-located with a Head Start center. And so when the developer was piecing together, a Head Start was a tenant, but I think in the design plans, they were able to dedicate that space and then look at our licensure requirements and make sure that the building met those requirements as they were building. The other thing that I appreciated about the construction process, as they described it, is they sort of pictured their ideal tenant as sort of a mom coming home with a toddler and a baby. And so how they developed everything from like the housing handle, like the handles into the door, thinking about where parking was adjacent to, all of that was sort of thought in the design, and which I thought was smart. So if anybody was interested in kind of seeing how that actually looked in real life, there's a good example of the brands that is, I think they're just now having tenants come in, but.
We're actually looking at a model very similar to that in Yamhill County, again, partnering with Head Start. And it's still in the planning stage, but part of it is that zoning thing and making sure that we have all those barriers and the design of the building so that we meet all the specifications that are needed to have a Head Start center there.
Yeah, with that. Correct me if I'm wrong, is Head Start though, that's not one of our sort of Oregon childcare, that's federal.
It's federal.
So it's got a different operating stream of funding, and I think what I.
But we have OPK, which is the copy paste, and actually the state investment in OPK exceeds the federal investment in Head Start. Yeah. Yeah. So we can't call it Head Start because it is owned by the feds, but we actually fund the model at a larger scale than the feds do for Oregon.
Robin. Yeah, first of all, I wanted to say to Director Bell, I think I think about all these wonderful programs that all of us support and we're trying to create for early childhood and those families who are unhoused and have children birth to 3, especially birth to 5. They're the ones least likely to access all of the great stuff out there. So I just am so glad housing is here. I know it doesn't need to be said, but Dave, you're on our screen, you're the biggest. So I have a question for you. Yeah, it's perfect timing. So last month we got to hear about the social emotional incentive metric and the CCO and OHA spoke to that. And I was just curious when you were speaking about the behavioral health workforce initiative, I wondered if you could tie more links to how the behavioral health workforce investments were targeting the workforce shortages for birth to 5 specifically, the gaps that are identified through the social emotional metric that the local CCOs are doing. The work that they're doing is identifying these gaps. And I was like, are they tied together? Is that initiative tied to them?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I probably would need to go back and check with the team, but my, sort of the focus that came from legislation around those particular behavioral workforce incentive dollars, that again was about diversifying and focusing on sort of rural areas. I can't remember if it had a specific child focus. I don't think it did. But let me double check and I can get back just to make sure that I'm not missing some aspect of that initiative that was sort of more child focused. As far as sort of the CCO link that you're mentioning, again, I don't think that sort of that connection were made between those two programs, sort of in where we are in those workforce incentive dollars. It probably timing may not have been sort of aligned, but I'll check on those two things, double check that I'm right.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the rural call out and certainly the incentives in that whole package. I just was curious about that connection. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dave. So I want to thank the directors who are still with us, Dave and obviously Alyssa. I think Dr. Williams and Director Bell have had to leave. Dr. Brown, I just want to acknowledge your joining us, even though it's virtual, but we appreciate ODHS being a part of this. So Dave, thank you very much. We greatly appreciate your joining us every month. So we love having you around.
Thanks all.
You may look around and hand off the baton, but we're glad you haven't yet. Take care. Okay, so council, we are ready for us break. Mind and body, and lunch is here around the corner. So we will come back at 12:30 for our ERDC update. I don't think we have any public testimony requested, right, Kathy?
Nope.
So we won't have that. And then we will have our rulemaking. As you know, the first 3 of those are just literally repeats of what we heard last month. So we're expecting those will go rather quickly, and then we'll have a briefing on baby promise, which will be exciting because we haven't talked about that in a long time. So
Yeah, and so Dorothy's joining to give an ERDC update right after the break first, before we go into the rules.
yeah,
Did you like that?
yeah.
Okay, great.
Great. Okay, we are on break. Peter, thanks for being on screen.
Yeah, Peter, I can let you back into the meeting if that's preferred. Otherwise, the live stream is going to continue. So just make sure that you're muted and that your camera's off. Oh, here, I'll hand them to you, Katie.
Okay.
For the rules, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
I think they're embedded in our motion, agenda, so. Right. Fabulous, thanks.
Are we back on?
Yeah, we're back on and Dorothy is there and I know she's gonna kick us off with the ERDC update.
All right. Council, we are back to work, and Dorothy, we're so excited to see you again.
It's good to be back. Thanks, everyone. Gabby, can you remind me if I need to share the slides or if you will?
I got them.
Okay, wonderful.
Might be a little
And
bit.
maybe I can't see because I'm on Zoom. All right, okay, there we go. Well, hi everyone. As a reminder, although you see me now, it feels like every single time, every single meeting. Dorothy Spence, I am the Child Care Assistance Program Manager for the Department of Early Learning and Care. And I am back today with just a short update on ERDC, our caseload, and some things that are going on. So go ahead to the next slide. As a reminder, we get caseload data monthly. And so the caseload data that we have to present today is for January caseload. We'll receive February's data next Monday. In January, we saw our total caseload grow by 1.4%. That is slower than what we've seen in past months, indicating that the waitlist is beginning to kind of control the caseload growth, but we are still continuing to see some growth in the total caseload. If you want to go ahead to the next slide, it'll break down this total caseload between the families that are connected to a provider and those not yet connected to a provider. So in January, we see that families, the caseload for those connected to a provider grew, and the caseload for those not yet connected to a provider decreased. The majority of the growth that we do see in that those that are connected to a provider are the families that are moving from that bottom line, not yet connected, to becoming connected. And just as a reminder, with 12-month eligibility, a family can get approved for ERDC and then connect to a provider and start using their subsidy at any time in that 12-month period. And so this is a part of the way that we look at that total caseload, really breaking down of, how many families are connected and how that is tracking, and those families not yet connected. You can go ahead to the next slide. So I think that this may have been shared with the council, but I wanted to make sure it was on everyone's radar. We have published a data dashboard on the DELC website that includes all of the same information that we update on a monthly basis. So you'll be able to see the total caseload, that caseload broken down between those connected and not yet connected, the number of families that we are serving, and a number of providers accepting ERDC. You'll be able to look at this data not only at a state level, but also at the county level as well. And most recently, we added our waitlist number to the dashboard. So you'll see on this slide, if you look at the blue box, the little, light blue box, you'll see that there is a, there we go, thank you, that the waitlist number is added. And again, I just want to note that when we add the waitlist, we update the waitlist number on a monthly basis. That is a moment in time, and so that number will every day it really increases, and so that's just to give a touch point for folks to understand where we're at with the waitlist on a monthly basis. You can go ahead to the
If it's okay, I just want to add that this was our first program dashboard that we developed, and our goal is really to have the same kind of public transparency with data for other programs. So I think probably by next council meeting, we may have our licensing and licensing supply dashboard up, and we will, continue, really over the next year, keep on adding additional dashboards like this. No, it's off topic, but I just wanted to mention that.
I'm glad you did, David, because this dashboard is so informative, and transparency is obviously the word being used, but the website, the DELC website, I think is just outstanding. You've got great folks on board, that
hearing agency and not independent. So. Or whatever you prefer. Great, so thanks, David, for pointing that out. All right, Dorothy, back to you and your dashboard.
Thank you. So you want to go ahead to the next slide. In addition to our data dashboard that's updated monthly, we also have some communications that we're putting out on a regular basis. We have an email update listserv that goes out quarterly, and this is really designed to be anyone who's interested in staying up to date with what's happening with ERDC. We sent our first one in February, and they're going to be on a quarterly basis unless there is a timely or a time-sensitive update, in which case we would obviously send them out. Those are available in English and Spanish. And in addition to that, we also have texting that we are doing with families that are on the wait list. And this is a relatively new feature that I don't know that other programs within the One System have robustly used. So we're a little bit on the cutting edge there. So for every family that's on the wait list, in February, they received their first text nudge. It essentially is just a text to their phone informing that they're on the wait list, but also encouraging folks that if the exemption, to make sure that they know to contact ODHS right away around that. So those text nudges to waitlist families are going to happen every quarter. The next one again will be in April. They'll be on the same kind of rhythm as our email updates that go out to our listserv. And then the last bullet is just reflecting that we continually update the website for any changes. And so the FPL changes that are coming to you all today as part of our rule set for voting will be updated on our website to reflect the new ERDC entrance and exit limits. Go ahead to the next slide. And then I just wanted to end on a note of an additional change that is coming up as part of House Bill 3073, the final element of ERD expansion that was in that legislation was ERDC eligibility that will cover children regardless of immigration or citizenship status. That goes into effect May 1st. And with the waitlist active, these families will still need to meet a waitlist exemption to receive services. We understand that this particular ERDC eligibility expansion is really important to many communities. And so we are working with community partners to develop the communication resources around this eligibility change, particularly in the context of a waitlist, making sure that this community understands kind of ERDC, but also the context that we're in, and wanting to be really sensitive to the community partners that worked really hard on this part of the bill that were attentive to those communication needs. I think that's my last slide for ERDC updates.
So Dorothy, did you just say on this last one that regardless of immigration or citizen status, that immigration and citizen status is going to be an exemption?
No, it's not an exemption to the wait list. And so any children that might be now eligible for ERDC, they're not guaranteed ERD services unless they meet one of our exemptions.
Katie, a quick clarification. Can you help remind me what happens when you are not connected with a provider? You get off the wait list, you're now eligible and you have a year. What happens if are we tracking folks who cannot are we tracking folks who can't find a provider? You're frozen.
I think I heard the question correctly. So if an individual's on the wait list comes off of the wait list, and I cut out a little bit after that, if you don't mind restating.
Sure. And they are not connected with a provider. They have a year after that, if I understand it correctly. What happens, and are we tracking people who cannot find childcare?
So on a total level, we are tracking how long it takes folks to find a provider, how many individuals are sitting in that kind of 1 month, 2 month, 3 month, 4 months or more, how long it takes to get connected to a provider. We also are working on identifying some research project to understand what for those that are, 4 months and longer, what are some of the barriers for connecting to a provider as well? In terms of if someone reaches their 12 months, in the context of like the wait list, for example, if someone comes off of the wait list, they're going to go through and the eligibility process. At that point, eligibility workers do work with families to understand if they already have a childcare provider identified, or to connect them with 211 childcare resources to help them find a childcare provider that accepts ERDC to get connected to a childcare provider. So there are some systems in place there to help make that connection. I don't know. Sorry.
But just wanted, but I think it's also just important to remind folks that prior to July 1 of last year, if you weren't connected to a provider for more than 3 months, you lost your ERDC slot. So that was one of the, that was part of that 12-month eligibility change that went into effect on July 1.
Hopefully it's not fun.
Thank you. Okay, other questions of Dorothy? Other questions by ERDC? Okay, thank you, Dorothy. We appreciate you tracking all of this and keeping us up to date.
Thank you.
And nice job at all those legislative hearings that I tested on. I see you a lot. Okay. Understanding we have no public comment, so we'll move on to administrative rulemaking. And welcome, Chris.
Yeah, thanks so much. It's so good to be here today. Hi, everyone. It's good to see you in person. My name is Chris O'Grady. I'm the Legal Affairs Manager here. As Sue mentioned earlier, we are going to be asking you to take action on 3 different rule sets today. You have heard presentations on the content of them before, so if you have any questions that you have had from the presentations, please feel free to ask our presenters. And then after we take action on those 3 rule sets, you'll have a presentation on the Baby Promise Program rule set. And I'll turn it over to first, I think it's the Central Background Registry with Alicia.
Good afternoon, Early Learning Council members. I am Alicia Gardner. You've met me before. I am the Child Care Licensing Division Director here at DELC. Last month, I presented to you several slides related to the Central Background Registry, and today bringing those rules for consideration for your vote. If we can go to the next slide, I'll just give you a brief reminder about what we discussed a few times now, actually, because these rules were originally temporary rules, which the council adopted in September of 2023 in order to align with several new laws that passed. You can see the bill numbers there on the slide. And in addition, we had a change to disqualifying crime that we also put in for temporary rule vote, which were adopted. And now we're here for the permanent vote. Just as a brief reminder, House Bill 3558 covers CBR limited enrollment that would now be extended to those who would be exempt prohibited. Senate Bill 283 was a bill that stated that individuals who were contracted or employed to provide early intervention ECSC services who are required to complete a background check who do that through the school district no longer need to enroll in the CBR. House Bill 2599 was a very small population of enrolled individuals in our CBR who have a reciprocal agreement with DELC to enroll individuals who provide respite care through respite caring agencies. DELC is now subsidizing those background checks because of that bill. If we can go to the next slide. Throughout this engagement process, we've held racks. No equity or fiscal impacts were identified. During the public comment period, no public comments were submitted, and during the public hearing, no public comments were submitted. And I'm here for any questions if you have any follow-up.
All right, any questions, council members? If not, Katie, would you make a motion, please?
Sure. I move to adopt the proposed rule language amendments dated February 28th, 2024 that adopt Oregon Administrative Rules 414-061-000 through 414-061-0120.
Should there have been another zero on the first? There are 4 zeros in my.
Yes.
I said
Sorry.
4, right?
Yeah.
Did I? Yeah, I said 4.
Okay, sorry.
Second.
Okay, a second. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? All right. Thank you, Alicia. It's always
Thank you
nice.
so much. I think I'll be seeing you next month as well. Is that right, Chris?
Yes.
Okay. I hope you'll have a great meeting. Thanks so much.
Forward to that. All right. Next. Which one are we going to next, Chris?
The employment related daycare program. Mhm.
Okay. So Dorothy's back.
Hi again.
Oh,
So I'm here presenting on the rules changes for employment related daycare. You can go ahead to the next slide. So as a reminder, the rule sets that we presented last time were 3 different rule sets. The first 2 on the wait list and the financial requirements are just technical fixes to align our rule language with operational functionality. And the third was an update on the entrance and exit limits and the copay tiers to reflect the 2024 federal poverty levels. If you want to go ahead to the next slide. So these, again, the purpose is to implement federally mandated changes and technical changes to the rule set. There were some positive fiscal impacts for families and childcare providers, specifically as it relates to the updates for the FPLs for the federal poverty level. We had a public comment period that ended on the 21st and a public hearing that was held on the 15th of this month. There were no public comments submitted and no changes to the rule sets that were presented last month.
All right. Any questions of Dorothy? Hearing none. Katie, will you make a motion?
I move to adopt proposed rule language amendments dated February 28th, 2024 that adopt Oregon Administrative Rules 414-175-0010, 414-175-0035, and 414-175-0050.
Is there a second for that motion? Thank you, Barry. Any discussion? All right, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thanks, Dorothy.
Thank you.
Feel free to hang out. All right, and now we will go to preschool promise and Chris.
Yes, so this rule was actually not presented to you last month, but this rule was brought before the Early Learning Council in March of 2023. So this rule is the preschool promise procurement rule. In March of 2023, we had a series of procurement rules that were brought before the council for repeal to make it easier to get procurements out the door across our programs. Unfortunately, the rule for the preschool promise procurement procedure was misfiled as a temporary repeal instead of a permanent repeal. So we needed to go back and make it a permanent repeal. It was placed on legal notice earlier this month, and now we are bringing it before you for an action for a permanent repeal. And just as a notice, later in this year, we are working on alignment on all of our procurement rules across all of our programs. So we will have additional procurement rules later in the year for the Early Learning Council to consider for alignment across all of our programs to make sure procurement happens in a timely manner. But this is really just to correct that misfiling. from 2023.
Thanks, Chris. And we appreciate what you're doing with procurement rules.
Yes.
Knowing that they haven't always worked perfectly in the past. So we're excited for this. Any questions of Chris on this review? Not Katie.
I move to repeal the proposed rule dated February 28th, 2024, that repeals Oregon Administrative Rule 414-470-0040. Pardon me. 414-470-0042. Thank you.
Awesome. There is a second for that.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion of this repeal? Seeing none, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries. Thank you to all of the rules.
Yeah, and now we're going to have a presentation on a rule set and the Baby Promise program from Mady, and I will have Mady introduce herself.
Hi, great to be here. Thank you. My name is Mady Rosengarten, and I'm the program manager for Baby Promise here at Delk. I've been here for about 8 months and I'm still learning, so I'll do my best to answer your questions. But if I don't know the answer, I'll be sure to find out and get back to you. And we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you so much. So in this presentation, we're going to provide some background about the Baby Promise program, an update on the administration and structure of the program since it was implemented, and the proposed rule set that codifies the existing practice for Baby Promise. The proposed rule set is the primary reason for today's presentation, but first I want to explain a bit more about Baby Promise. You may find you have some questions, so hang on to those because I'm going to make sure to pause when I suspect questions are bubbling up. And first, David Mandel is going to start us off with some comments about the origins of Baby Promise, and we can go to the next slide.
And we thought, since Mady joined us about 8 months ago, wasn't here for this original history of Baby Promise, I would share some of the original history of Baby Promise. But, you know, I think you guys are all familiar with these childcare desert maps. And, you know, I think the striking feature is, well, we know that any kind of childcare is challenging for families to find. It's much worse for infants and toddlers. It costs more, and there's just less of it available. One of the interesting parts, though, of that story is if you look at the 3 and 5-year-old map, while there's fewer counties that are childcare deserts, one of the reasons that there are fewer counties that are childcare deserts is that there's been a more substantial public investment in preschool-age children. Not enough, but enough to change some counties from childcare deserts to, and in the report, they have maps where you can take out the public investment and you see a lot of these counties disappear, move back into being childcare deserts. And so I think that's also just important for this part of the story because our investments, and this is not just true of Oregon, in early childhood, while across the board not where they need to be, they've been particularly insufficient for infants and toddlers. Often it's hard to know the exact moment when an idea came into being. Not true for actually Baby Promise. I told Sue I could tell the story. Sue and I were at an early learning council retreat up at one of those, you know, the paper on the wall, writing down ideas. And Sue looked at me and said, and I think really thinking about this in part, we have to do something for babies. We have to do something for infants and toddlers. And I said to Sue, well, there's nothing about preschool promise that's really about 3 and 4-year-olds. You could have the same model for infants and toddlers, meaning contract directly with slots for programs to create economic stability, build in a cost model that thinks about what's real compensation for providers, resource those programs that you're publicly funding, and provide technical assistance so that the provider can provide the best possible care imaginable that supports positive child development, and then also just take the cost of parents through it being publicly funded. And Sue looked at me and said, Infant Toddler Promise is a horrible name. Big promise. And so that was the moment where Baby Promise that came.
Oh, dear. One of those moments.
So I think that has been sort of largely the sort of the models for thinking about Baby Promise. I think our original thought was to put together a plan, go to the legislature, see if we could get general fund support to launch Baby Promise, just the way Preschool Promise had happened. While that was happening, there was a sort of unexpected increase in the federal allotment for the Child Care Development Fund. And I think we're so excited by the idea of Baby Promise that we went to the legislature and asked them if we could use some of those federal CCDF dollars to launch Baby Promise. And I think what I'll say is that has actually remained the only funding for Baby Promise. There is not a general fund investment in Baby Promise. And I think the other thing that we didn't fully realize when we made that decision is that the use of those federal dollars in complicated ways that I think some of it will come out in the presentation ended up having a lot to do with how Baby Promise is currently administered, and some of the policy choices that we've ended up making around Baby Promise have a lot to do with all of the requirements that go along with those federal dollars. And with that, I will hand it back to you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. I also want to recognize, thank you, David and Chair Miller. It was a great story. I want to recognize Dana Bleakney-Hupsch and John Reeves, who really helped make Baby Promise a really special program, and it's such a privilege to follow them. We can go on to the next slide.
We're making some adjustments to the sound. Please stand by. There we go.
Okay, so these are the objectives of the Baby Promise program at its beginning and as it operates now. The broad objectives of this program include increasing the supply of infant toddler providers by stabilizing programs and supporting programs that are at the beginning of wanting to expand the services that they already offer or begin to serve infants and toddlers. The program also aims to increase the quality of infant toddler care and expand family choice, especially in communities which have been historically marginalized and underserved. Currently, Baby Promise is solely funded, as David said, through federal CCDF funds, and the future plan is to have more general fund dollars to administer the program. So when did the program get started? We can go to the next slide, please. Here's a timeline of events for Baby Promise. And note that in 2019, legislation allowed for flexible funding for Baby Promise. ORS 417784 placed Baby Promise in statute, but a rule set was not put in place. And then in 2020, DELC began planning for dual enrollment for Baby Promise families. Because families have to be eligible and enrolled for ERDC through the One System and DHS and enroll in a Baby Promise slot through their CCR&R or hub, thus making it a dual enrollment.
Mady, can we pause just for 1 second while we unplug and replug something to see if that will fix the sound on our end?
Sure. Am I not loud enough?
There's just an audio issue that's crackling your voice.
And how about while they're doing that, I can just use that as an to explain why the CCDF rules. Well, I mean, the 12-month eligibility requirement came actually out of the federal reauthorization, and as a general principle, we really want to maintain the continuity of care for families. However, what that meant is because we were using the child care assistance dollars for Baby Promise, we had to have it linked to ERDC so that if a family like moved to a different county where we weren't piloting, that they seamlessly moved into ERDC without having to be redetermined for eligibility. And the only way to do that was to have families dual enroll at the beginning with ERDC.
Mady, did you cover this slide? I'm sorry. Do you need me to move on?
I did cover this slide, and so you can go on. And we will pick back up where we were. So we looked a little bit at the timeline, and let me explain a little bit more about how this program is structured. So first, where is Baby Promise? Currently, DELC is administering grants with the CCR&Rs in each of these 3 regions in Oregon and the map that you see. The CCR&Rs subcontract with programs and providers using the model of enrollment slots for children. These slots are for full-time, full-year care for families. And diapers, formula, food for children enrolled in the slots is free. And the goal is for families to utilize the program full-time. Who are Baby Promise families? First, remember that to participate, families must have a child 6 weeks to 3 years of age and be eligible and enrolled in ERDC. And a little bit of some info about enrollment. Families are identified either through DHS or through the CCR&R, and in one region, the hub. In all 3 regions, the CCR&R works closely with DHS eligibility staff to identify and assist families for whom Baby Promise is a fit. CCR&Rs and hubs also inform their communities about the Baby Promise program. So the local CCR&Rs and in the South Coast region, the hub, enroll the families with providers. So how does the funding work? Let's go to the next slide. These are the budgets for the 23-25 biennium for each Baby Promise regional CCR&R. Neighbor Impact is our central region. For each CCR&R, Baby Promise funds staffing in one bucket and payments to providers in the other. The staff positions funded vary in FTE and in title, depending on the number of providers that the CCR&R has subcontracted with and the number of slots in the region that the CCR&R can fund. And I want to note that some of these positions are infant toddler specialists, technical assistants, a program manager, and that kind of thing. So let's take a look at how the supplemental payments to providers actually operate. And we can go to the next slide. So the payments for providers range between region and type of provider. These on this slide are the ranges of the monthly payments per child each provider receives per month to cover the cost of care and services for the Baby Promise program. Note that the provider receives a regular total payment per month per child. A portion of that total monthly payment is the ERDC voucher that the enrolled family is eligible for, that's sent to the provider. The remainder of that is a supplemental payment from the CCR&R. So remember that the ERDC vouchers are variable. Not all families are eligible for the same amount. So the ERDC payment is the base payment to the provider, and the CCR&R portion of the total payment makes up the rest of the regular monthly payment that the provider is contracted for. The CCR&R budgets that we saw in the last slide don't include the base payments that providers receive from ERDC. The CCR&R budget supplements the base payments to make the total amount that the provider receives per child per month. And this might be a good time to pause and take questions.
All right. Any questions at this point?
I think it's an obvious answer, but maybe it it's good to say it out loud. So the variability, when you talked about regional, that's the ERDC difference of zip code payment. Is there any other factor going into the parent's income or eligibility plus ERDC zip code difference? Is that the two things that would factor into the range? Is that confusing?
No, that's a good question. So yes, the ERDC is based on zip code geography. These payments on this slide are not based so much on geography as they are the work that the three regions have done with provider budgets, with the cost of care and other elements to put together a range of a total monthly payment that is works within the region.
Thank you, Mady. And a follow-up, I think I might be more confused, but maybe it's a different time to go through in the detail. So when the CCR&R would work with the provider to come up with a budget, they would look at everything from this child's on formula, this one's not, this one needs, and so it's like a full cost of care plus the wraparound pieces of Baby Promise that would come up with a budget.
I think that they work with provider budgets in a really both broad and detailed way. They look at everything. They look at, if it's a family home care provider, they're looking at the cost of insurance, what are you paying yourself or staff if you have it. They look at every single cost, and then they try to determine, yes, the cost of formula or food, diapers, those kinds of things, and allow for that as well. So they're looking at the entire budget for the whatever kind of a provider type that it is. Does that answer the question?
I think so. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Mady. Other questions at this point? No? Okay, I guess we'll keep moving, Mady. Thank you.
Sure. So we can go to the next slide. This next slide is going to provide some data on providers and on current enrollment and how providers get connected to CCR&R. So you can see that there are different types of programs that have serve Baby Promise. And the way that the providers get connected is that in addition to providers reaching out to CCR&Rs, the CCR&Rs identify providers who might be ready to subcontract, and providers apply, they complete a readiness intake, and then CCR&R staff do a site visit to review the details of the program with them and determine if the provider meets requirements or needs help with development before they're ready to subcontract. And then the CCR&R and the program enter into a 12-month contract that allows for up to a predetermined number of slots. And for each slot, the provider contracts for a monthly payment that stays the same as you saw earlier. Part of the payment is the ERDC voucher. The other portion is the CCR&R supplement. So I'm going to describe growth in enrollment and waiting lists next. Are there any questions about this slide?
Nope, looks like we're good to go.
Okay, next slide. Thanks, Gabby. So this slide shows the growth in enrollment since inception and how the number of programs has grown across the three regions. We do experience slight fluctuations, and we maintain a waiting list both for families and for providers. Family choice is really a priority. So CCR&Rs and or hubs work hard to match families with open slots with providers that the family chooses. What do the waiting lists look like? We can look at the next slide. These are the current waiting lists for each region. Currently, all the funded slots are already out in subcontracts with providers. We keep a waiting list because sometimes a program closes or a family moves, And if there is more funding, there are more families that could be served by the program. And CCRNRs can do more provider recruitment. So these numbers fluctuate a little bit. I have one more slide before we move on to the rule set portion of this presentation. Are there any questions about this slide?
So maybe the bottom line of this slide is, I think, if Baby Promise were better funded, we'd be able to take some of these people off the waiting list.
Yes. And I think what's really wonderful is we now have providers who are interested, who are developing their operations or whatever it is, wherever it is they need to grow to be ready, and they're standing by, which is really exciting, I think.
What criteria were used to select the regions? Just wondering why.
What was the question again?
What criteria were used to select the regions?
Do you want me to speak to that? Because I know you weren't around for that process.
Yes, please.
So I think what we asked for letters of interest, and so there were two dimensions. I think one was we wanted some real geographic diversity for this, right? Because it's particularly important. Like, is the model going to work in a more rural area with lower density? So that was one of the sort of global criteria. And then I think it was just in part like, what was the plan that the R&Rs were putting out? Did they have a good strategy for recruiting diverse groups of providers? How were they thinking about providing the technical assistance and supports?
So it wasn't where your money would go first. You weren't thinking in terms of.
I think it was really, this is new, we want to try it out. One lesson learned, if this wasn't, I don't think this was explicitly stated before, probably better not to try to launch a new program in the middle of a pandemic. Was one lesson learned.
Don't do that again.
We learned that lesson a couple times.
We learned that lesson. But I think it was really got the, there was this opportunity with a little bit of CCDF funding. This was a new idea.
Okay, so let me answer the next question, and then we go to. So, with what you've learned so far, do you think this is, if we have the resources, scalable, executable, statewide?
Do you want to take part? I mean, I can give an answer as well, but I think probably best to hear from you since you're the one really working with the programs.
Me? Yes. I think I think so. I think it's important. I've been thinking about this a lot. Go slow to go faster. I think that, Baby Promise it does have some unique pieces to it. The work that I do with the CCRNRs and that we do together is really important. And really setting up these relationships between CCRNRs and providers to be long-term, thoughtful, growth-based relationships takes a little time. And I think that's one of the most wonderful things that I see happening. And I think my short answer is yes, but perhaps not too quickly. I don't know how to say that, but.
Another question, Robert.
I'm actually looking at this slide. I appreciated that you asked that. You were saying the question, what are we seeing here? The thing that keep staring at is Central only has 11 families that are on the wait list, which that's 3 counties, but there's 18 providers interested. I was like, oh, well, yeah, that's interesting. And then Multnomah, which is a larger volume, only has 12 families, which there's a lot of families, and only 2 interested. So then just the dynamics, and then South Coast, I was like, no providers, is it because we don't have the providers? But only 3 families are interested or on the wait list, which it seems like we would have more. So the numbers here just told me stories that
I'm also, I'm glad you raised that, because the prior slide with the dollar amounts, the Central was much higher in terms of what's being spent there. So
Because they
there's
must have a lot of.
something's going on.
family.
Yeah, so something's-
Yeah, there's like stories to tell.
something's going on in this.
In Central, one of the, I think, connections there is we have a really active hub that's worked with Neighbor Impact to get this thing out and promoted more. We also received about $8 million in ARPA funds, which we deployed in the Tri-County area to grow capacity specifically.
Good.
So relationships were established. We know who they are. When I say we, I mean, Brenda Kamini and the folks that work at the hub, they know who they are and there's just been more groundwork.
That's why it is still slow.
That would be my guess.
No, 'cause that's exciting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would comment that it is different for each region, and some of the regions, Multnomah has had some turnover at the CCR&R, which, as we know, happens. And so relationships change and then have to be rebuilt. And I think that Central has not had turnover in the Baby Promise staffing. And so as was said, those relationships are robust and are growing, which is why I think there are more interested providers. And again, and in the South Coast, we actually did have some interested providers on the waiting list just like a month ago, but we were able to subcontract with them because someone else either closed or went down a slot or something. So it just so happens, that we're catching these numbers at this time. They do change. If that makes sense.
It's so interesting that relationships end up being our solution in system building, but it's also our weakness because of the turnover. So we have to figure that. I don't know. I guess it's the asset and the challenge, but.
And I would also say there's complexity. And somebody made this comment earlier today, how hard it is for providers to navigate all these requirements for many, many different programs. And I mean, it isn't my day job, but people still call me to come out and tour their facilities all over Central Oregon, try and go as often as I can. And there is massive confusion out there, even with a very active hub. And so I think that it's a combination of, yeah, there's turnover. Yes, it's relationship building. The reason why the relationship building is not only trust, it's just because there's such a volume of stuff to know. It's hard.
And
And I think that's a barrier.
I was gonna say, just to that point, so, it's like programs have Baby Promise, Preschool Promise, ERD, private pay, and then like trying to navigate all that, who's billing, who's the time, how do you cover the hours, and like, yeah, that's a lot for a provider to sign up for, which is why there's not many in some areas.
Yes, and when you want mixed delivery, it's really important to try and have everything that you're doing be really accessible for everybody. So, which is something we're talking about. We're in the middle of the RAC process right now, and so that's a great comment.
In government for a long time says it's not government's responsibility to be efficient, it's their responsibility to be fair. And I find that to be pretty an interesting lens to look at this stuff. It's hard to be fair. There's a lot of stuff you have to do that people in the private sector don't have to worry about.
I think it's a little bit our responsibility to be efficient. We're not there yet, but I feel like you guys are job.
It's not meant to be.
No, but it's a lot. And we've talked about how, to your point, Marie, like how do we have, think about family building blocks, healthy families organ, relief nurseries, preschool programs, OPK, right? Mm-hmm. How do we create, now that we have our own procurement shop, now that we're our own agency, do we have levers that we didn't previously have access to create a granting process?
One-stop shop.
Yeah.
Similar rules.
Yeah.
Have it be consistent across the board.
And that's part of why the legislature created DELC, was that coordination alignment. So, we're 8.5 months in, but like that when we get to strategic planning for DELC, hopefully that's what you kind of start to see reflected. It's going to take us time to get across the suite of programs, and we're going to be coming back to you all for rules to make it happen. But I think that really is one of the intentions the legislature had when they decided to create a new agency.
Sure.
Well, and I do think, and we've mentioned it, but looking at these numbers and Multnomah only having 12 families on a wait list for infant toddler care, when they've got the most robust preschool program in the state, obviously. It's shocking.
We also do hear, at least on the preschool promise front, a real aversion to wanting to bring families in if there's uncertainty. And so I do wonder how much of this is also a lack of recruitment, knowing there's no place to send families.
Yes.
And from a relationship perspective, we don't want to tout this beautiful program and say that it hasn't been funded since 2019.
I think we'll be ready for a long time.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay. Yes, any other questions before Mandy takes us to the rules? Or you can talk about successes first, maybe.
We do have some successes. So it is exciting to report that Baby Promise is demonstrating success in achieving those broad outcomes that I talked about earlier. And as you mentioned, especially in the face of some unprecedented challenges that happened right smack in the middle. And that's my last slide about Baby Promise. And so now I'm going to move into the rule set portion of this presentation. Go ahead, Gabby. Thank you. So the rule set I'm presenting to you today is meant to be a placeholder framework. It's going to codify the existing practices for the Baby Promise program. A permanent rule set will be brought before you within the next few years. Remember that Baby Promise is in statute, but does not yet have a rule set. In the structure proposed here, there's 4 rules proposed. The first describes the purpose of the program. The second, child and family eligibility criteria. The third, provider eligibility and requirements. And the fourth speaks to the administration of the program. Again, this is about codifying current program administration, not changing aspects of current practice for CCR&Rs, providers, or families. You can go to the next slide. Here's the language for the first 2 rules. The first is purpose. The purpose of the Baby Promise program is to increase and sustain the supply and availability of high-quality infant and toddler care for marginalized families furthest from opportunity. And then the second, child and family eligibility criteria. Child and family eligibility criteria will be outlined in the operations manual distributed to child care resource and referral entities. And next slide, please. These are the second 2 rules. Baby Promise program provider eligibility and program requirements, which reads, effective on April 1st, 2024, the department designates the Baby Promise guidebook, revised in March of 24, to be used for compliance with the Baby Promise program provider requirements and standards. And attached to that rule via link to a PDF copy will be the Baby Promise guidebook for providers. And then the 4th rule around administration. Effective on April 1st, 2024, the department designates the operations manual for child care resource and referral entities, revised March of 24, to be used for compliance with the Baby Promise program administration requirements and standards. And attached to this via link to a PDF copy would be that operations manual. So to put it simply, these 2 documents will serve as guidance through this rule set until a larger rule set is developed. And my next slide is the list of RAC participants. Here are the members of the Rule Setting Advisory Committee. We've had 2 meetings and have 1 more scheduled. Amongst these participants, all 3 regions are represented. There are different types of providers here, as well as some union representatives. And then my next slide is the timeline. So you can see where we are in the process. Public engagement will be concluded after March 11th, and I'll come back in March to present the rule set for vote and provide you with any updates from the RAC process that we're in. And my last slide is to say thank you so much and to ask for any more questions that you might have.
Chris, not to put you on the spot, but I'm wondering if you want to add a little bit why, a little bit of different, the strategy on this
Yeah.
one.
So it is very uncommon. We have not codified a guidebook or a manual via our rules before, but we really need the time to make sure there's alignment between our other programs and some of our administration. And the program has been operating since March of 2020 without a rule set. So on guidance from DOJ, we needed to codify our rule set and ensure that we are still reflecting current process with our CCR and our administrators and our providers. And the way that in which we've done that is through the guidebook and the manual. So DOJ has offered guidance to other agencies before in terms of elections and voting rights to implement certain rules and codify rules within manuals and guidebooks before. So they advised us to do this for the Baby Promise program as we work out that alignment in a larger rule set with the rest of our early learning and care programs. So I know that these are very large documents. When you review them, you will see that much of the information actually carries over from the guidebook to the manual. It's just focused on a different audience. The guidebook is for the providers who are participating in the program, and the manual is for the CCR&R entities that are actually working with providers hand in hand to make that happen. And Mady has put in, I just want to applaud her of how much work that she has done with providers and CCR&Rs and our community partners to ensure that the guidebook and the manual are up to date and really got their feedback even before we started convening the rulemaking advisory committees.
Awesome. Yeah.
That's great.
So Mady, question for you. From the 2 meetings that the RAC has had so far, do you have any sense of whether there's going to be a sea change in either of these documents, or are they pretty happy with the way the program's operating?
I don't see a sea change. The comments that I'm getting are wonderful. Some of them speak to things that have to do with federal requirements that are beyond our scope of control, right? Because of the way the program is funded. But others speak to some of the things that I heard you talking about today, which is making sure to address the importance of the different needs that different types of providers have, and call some of that out to make sure to think about ways to address issues like making sure that we have things in the languages that we need. A lot of interesting conversations around small pieces that are very important, like feeding practices. And health and safety issues that different people see in different ways and have cultural differences. So I don't think there'll be sea changes, but I'm hoping that I'll be able to add some pieces that sort of open it up and so that the reader feels comfortable and feels like we're thinking of everyone as best we can, if that makes sense.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Those RACs are so important. They're such a critical part of our public engagement process. Any other comments or questions? Yeah,
I have a couple things, so probably not more for discussion, I think, but Mady just touched on a piece of it. When we talk about there's a word high quality. What do we understand that to mean for babies, and in the context that Mady had just described in terms of, what Pooja has been talking about, culturally and linguistically responsive. What does that look like? What does that look like across the board for ELD or DELF? Sorry. So that's one thing, and I don't know that we can answer that question, but just something for us to think about, or maybe we do have answers for that question. And then the other sticky thing is, as we think about scaling this program, you know, kind of the issues that we saw with Preschool Promise about slots not being filled and workforce issues. I could see that same thing happening here with Baby Promise. So, and getting infant toddler staff is even more difficult. So how are we thinking about that as well? Particularly if we're going to go to the legislature and ask them for more money. We know it's a sore subject. What are thoughts around?
I know Mady has some thoughts, let her go first.
I
Go
just
ahead, Mady.
wanted, I just wanted to quickly say, thank you for your comment about high quality, because that's one that I have given a great deal of thought to. And if you have an opportunity to look at either one of those documents that's in your, I can't believe it, 500-page packet, read the section that has been written about high quality and let me know what you think, because that's a very important piece that I feel very strongly about not being an impediment. The word high quality is a difficult word, two difficult words. So I'm really trying to address that, and I would love any feedback that anyone has. And that's all. I just wanted to say that about high quality. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think there's a bigger conversation to be had about quality, and the Spark redesign work is really leading that and letting community tell us what they want to see out of that. So I think that will have implications for multiple programs. But I think kind of to Mady's comment before about like go slow to go fast, as we think about expansion, you know, we're probably not going to propose something like statewide scaling, or we're going to look at the regions that can demonstrate readiness, making sure we're defining readiness in a way that sets those programs up for success, learning from the launch of this, knowing there was a pandemic thrown in the mix there, of how long it takes to really get, because it did take us longer than we thought to get this program up to the number of slots we thought would be provided by this program. The fact that we now oversee ERDC changes some of the dynamics. So I think while we have tried unsuccessfully every session since this program was created to fund Baby Promise, we're not ready for it to be everywhere. And we want to make sure that we are taking those lessons learned from Preschool Promise and others who did go statewide also during a pandemic, to make sure this program is set up for success, because we know the resistance there's been to making infant toddler investments.
Thank you.
Yeah, great questions, Ruby. Thanks. Any other questions or comments for Mady while we have her with us? Great work, Mady.
Yes,
I
thank
just
you.
want to say that. Yeah,
Thank you, Mady.
thank you. I've been on umpteen calls with Mady in the last couple of months. She's amazing. We're very lucky. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Council, that is the
That's a wrap.
last item on our agenda. I just want to ask about virtual versus hybrid future meetings versus in person. Is Peter still on? Yeah. Peter. Thinking of hybrid. So you may remember when we adopted our calendar last year, we said that we would alternate virtual hybrid. So whomever wanted to come to Salem on the hybrid months can do that, but obviously we'll have a screen as well. So whether we want to continue that, I don't know how many of us would want to show up or be able to show up in Salem every other month. Or alternatively, what a couple of us were talking about at the lunch break is just saying, we'll go 4 months, every 4 months. And so every other meeting, so that means we'd be in person or hybrid in June. And then obviously our retreat is always in person, and that would be October. So it would sort of be on the schedule we're on right now, almost accidentally, that it'd be February, June, and then October for in-person, but hybrid if you can't get to the location. Does that sound appropriate? Is that what you all would be looking for? Is it hybrid too difficult? You rather have all virtual, you're either here or you're there?
I will say that I really appreciate being in person and having these side conversations and the ability to just, you know, have a meal together, chat. we don't really get that on Zoom, you know, the calls over and we're done.
And I think the frequency of teachers practice.
Okay, every 4 months, so it'll be every fourth meeting. Okay, how's that sound to staff?
Yeah.
Whatever you guys want, we'll figure out how to make it work.
I get Gabby's permission.
Peter, how's that sound to you as our virtual person? Good. Okay,
What's interesting to me is this last conversation we had ties directly into the workforce and compensation conversations we've been having all day. The scaling issue is not just about the readiness of providers, but also about the availability of educators. And it's both a pipeline issue and compensation. And wow, what we talked about and learned was informative. We haven't, nowhere close to something.
yeah, great observation. And, you know, and we come to this at every council meeting and we don't, you know, probably define it very well either. So what's the council's role in this space? You know, we've learned a lot. I think Heck learned something from us today. And partly it's because we asked them to at least think about early childhood, which we all know isn't normally on their radar screen. So there's that, you know, benefit, I think, regardless of the actual meeting time. But, you know, that, and if Marie were still here, she would be asking that same question. So what's our role? What difference can we make in this space? And I'm not here to suggest I have an answer to it. After 7 years of serving on this council, I'm still asking myself. Okay.
I'm curious, I don't know what, you know, what the governing rules for this council are really, but is there a role for us to have federal advocacy? Because I don't see us solving it just as it's not just a state issue, right? There was a moment during the pandemic where we thought at the federal level, there was going to be huge investments and a lot of movement, and that kind of fizzled away and that moment's gone. But I don't, you know, I don't really see an avenue where we solve this as Oregon on its own. So what does that look like? I'm not sure. Okay.
Yeah. You live in both worlds.
You've been nominated.
Part of it is I don't know the politics well enough in this state yet.
Yeah.
I'm learning this, but I do think you're right, Ruby, that you can't solve it just with state money, but you do need to have an overarching champion commitment, both in legislature and the executive, to do something different. Elevating the importance of this the service, particularly elevating the value of the providers and the educators. That happens in the state. We say we're going to invest in the education pipeline, we're going to invest in how we pay people, but it needs to be sustained, and this is where you're right, with a substantial federal investment. This is a national issue.
So you're going to Washington next week.
I am going to
And you can all sign on. They called me.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
That's going to Washington.
That's true. We absolutely involve Katie in our advocacy.
Well, and, you know, and we have been doing some advocacy as individual council members. Well, and on your behalf, I sent a letter to the legislative leadership several weeks ago for this short session. But it's certainly, even in Oregon, it's an area where we could play more of a role. I don't know, not including.
Yeah, not that.
Can we, is it okay, are we allowed to have discussions about some ideas of how to solve some of this stuff that might require a legislative fix? And if so, I mean, I'm willing to do whatever
I can, because I have an advocacy arm with my organization to identify some legislators and move some things forward. I know that you have to be careful when you're obviously department in the state, but not all of us are bound by that, and we can all go do what we want. So if there was some solution or some initiative that we wanted to pull forward, if there was a way to do this appropriately where we could separate and go and have a working group or something of that nature, that's something that I would be interested in doing.
Yeah, I think if there are ideas, reach out to us, you know, and like Liz, I know you were having conversations about just what you've seen happen in your community. And so David and I were talking about, like, we still have a lot to do internally on our own organization to make sure we're talking to ourselves and talking to our partners, because we talk to heck a lot. And so how are we also saying, hey, this community did this really amazing thing, let's talk about replicating it. And so I would say reach out to us about doing some pressure testing on some of those ideas, but absolutely you can put out ideas in these spaces to us and other agencies. I think the line is, you know, we can't commit to them. And I think then figuring out what's feasible, what the cost is, what the readiness is, how it fits in with other agency priorities. And if it doesn't end up sticking, then I think it's when are you advocating with your council head on and when you're advocating with your neighborhood. But yes, absolutely. I think we want to hear the creative thinking and the good ideas and surface what you all have seen work well, because part of what we're hoping to be able to do over time is look at those really promising practices and find ways to help scale them. And that doesn't mean taking it over. Sometimes just giving the money, getting out of the way. But we have a lot of work to do to even make sure we have a pulse on all those promising practices in community.
I think I want to, I mean, if Marie was still here, one of the things that she talked about is all of the amazing things happening. But I think it'll help us in the long run for being investable to have all of our ducks in a row and alignment. Just the conversations today of like, is that connected to that? And is that alignment happening? And so I think that's another lever in making our early childhood system work and be investable and sort of scalable, all the different programs scalable as if we maximize the connections within the system.
Yes.
So that's how the conversations are happening.
All right.
And let me add one final. One final complication in this is also figuring out how the initiatives in Multnomah, Washington, and Clackamas are connected to what you're doing here.
Yeah.
I think it's because the metro counties have got to, you got to figure out how to make sure that what they're doing doesn't undermine a statewide effort to get something.
And also, is there a way that we could have some time as needed to talk amongst ourselves about some observations that we made? Like, I think one of the key ones, takeaways for me, was again, that disconnect between HEC and how we prioritize what workforce we're investing in as a state.
Yeah.
There is definitely a gap there and a recognition that childcare is not just a profession, but it also holds up every other one. And it just, it's really annoying. And is there a role that we can play as a council to provide, prudent input along those lines to those agency heads? Because sometimes I just hold my tongue because everybody's coming to provide information. It's a learning situation. But if there is critical mass over an observation, it would be great. I don't want to speak out of turn and for anybody in this room, but if we could have some time to talk about some of this stuff and say, okay, is this a recommendation we want to move forward? And what does that actually look like? How do we go about doing it?
Yep. I think so. I think we would just, and Harriet, feel free to jump in too. I think setting an intentional space for that so that agencies are prepared, have the right subject matter experts with them to take in that information and be able to respond or make sure they're briefing the right folks. But I think so. I think tacking it on at the end of these panels is challenging from a timing perspective, from a preparedness perspective, but having a dedicated space where everybody knows that's the intention and purpose of the conversation, I think we can get get agencies there. to
And
feel
there's a significant fire hose that goes on every time somebody else comes up on that screen and I know I need time to process.
Yes, yep.
And, you know, I printed out the map of where I think there are only 3, maybe there are 4 red dots of their regional
There are
workforce
more than
boards. What?
Lane,
Yeah.
they're not all on there.
Oh, they're not all on there. So you think other counties, like other.
Yeah, I think maybe that's an old map.
I hope so. I mean,
I think
that.
there's like 3 more. At this point.
Okay, because my point was gonna be, I think we need to make sure there's a red dot on all of these regional workforce boards, right? That's where we can have an impact and let it move up to
Yeah.
the state
And,
level.
and there's a few workforce partnerships that are sort of trying to coalesce. I know that OCF has been approached to maybe support some kind of convening of those workforce boards that are doing this work and start thinking about how they do this, what does it mean, who are the other partners engaged? So I think it's kind of like Clackamas have been leading that effort a little bit more. I know that the Lane Workforce Partnership actually, I think they were the first ones to have a sector strategist, and they're not on that map. So I don't know if she's still there or if they were able to sustain that position. But at what conference was I at? Oregon Workforce Partnership Conference. Last year. Water bottle. Like they said. About childcare. So there are dots that are not being connected. You know, some of them are trying to work more with businesses and how do you do employer-sponsored childcare, which, you know, has its pros and cons.
It's limited, it's useful,
Yes.
but limited.
So there are so many conversations that are happening everywhere, just still kind of in their own silos.
We'll say on this, I'm on the East Cascade Works boards, the purple one, in the middle one. The whole middle through the state. I think right now, my understanding, well, they're going through their strategic planning process. And so they're going to be adding early childhood into that. But I also think maybe there's a window right now, because it sounds like all of them are writing their strategic plans. And so if people have connections, I think now would be the time to do it. At least our board has been reaching out and giving feedback and having community engagement right now on their strategic plan. And my understanding is that's a statewide deadline that they're all working under right now. So now would be the time to get early childhood into their strategic plans.
Peter, do you know where it sits in yours?
You're muted.
It's part of our workforce board's priorities, and we even worked with their folks to develop a pathways on the website called roadcareers.org that shows here are the different pathways into the early childhood workforce.
Awesome. Yeah, okay, well, be nice to let Heck know what's going on out in their region. We're a fund of information here. We were. Okay, anything else from anybody? Okay, Peter, thanks for hanging with us. We'll keep you in our thoughts. And Alyssa and David and Chris, maybe that's right. Gabby, thank you. Great staff.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much to do the whole.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank
Here.
Here. You're welcome. Bye, Peter.